Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been
with
was
the
Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
All great powers are predatory towards their rivals. They're always trying to get the better of them in one way or another. They certainly don't want to agree to anything that gives a rival an advantage. They want the better part of any deal. That's how you deal with potential rivals. But a predatory hegemon acts that way towards everyone, towards its adversaries, certainly, but also towards its allies.
Donald Trump wields American power like few leaders in U.S. history ever have. From imposing tariffs to threatening territorial conquest to ordering military intervention, he deploys the United States' strength to assert dominance over friends and foes alike. Stephen Walt, a professor of international relations at Harvard, describes this uniquely Trumpian grand strategy as predatory hegemony in a new essay in Foreign Affairs. The central aim of predatory hegemony, Walt writes, is to use Washington's privileged position to extract concessions, tribute, and displays of deference from both allies and adversaries, pursuing short-term gains in what it sees as a purely zero-sum world. Walt argues that this approach may appear to yield immediate wins, but over time, he warns, it will erode the real sources of American power, leaving the United States poorer, less secure, and less influential. Steve, thank you for joining me and for your trenchant and eloquent piece in our new issue. It's called The Predatory Hegemon.
Thanks very much. Nice to be with you, and I appreciate the kind words.
The piece.
Everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hey there, Dwali. This is this doesn't come with video. However, it is a really good interview by a guy who teaches at the Kennedy School. He's a political scientist who specializes in international affairs. And he has written a book basically on international affairs and Trumpism. Given the events of the past month, between Venezuela and Iran, it's a really good interview. And, video or no, it is definitely worth listening to. And I went ahead and pinned the link, if anybody wants to come up. Let's see what else. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please subscribe to the show and enjoy the ride.
Piece is a very comprehensive and quite incisive critique of the Trump 2 foreign policy and its implications for the future of American power. But it's, I think, particularly interesting coming from you. I mean, given the byline and the fact that you are someone who has not, to put it mildly, exactly been a champion or a fan of post-Cold War American foreign policy. You were incisive critic of the American foreign policy establishment long before you were a critic of the not especially establishment foreign policy carried out by the current administration, which is to say this is not born of some, reflexive defense of traditional American statecraft. And that makes me particularly interested in your account of how we got here. What in American foreign policy, especially is in the post-Cold War, accounts for the rise of Trumpism in your view?
Oh, boy, that's a huge question. I've been taken to saying that just because things are bad doesn't mean they can't get worse. And that's, in a sense, what we're seeing now. I think you could argue that an element of Trumpism is a predictable reaction to the excesses of American foreign policy during the unipolar era. The fact that we committed ourselves to hyper-globalization without thinking through what either the strategic or, more importantly, the domestic consequences were going to be. We got involved in this rather ambitious project to try and remake the world in our image, which had some positive features to it, but also had big negative consequences, both, I think, in contributing to the deterioration of relations with Russia, but also, of course, eventually trapping us in these forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that, combined with the financial crisis in 2008, which is also, in a sense, a reaction to hyperglobalization, it opened the door for someone like Trump to come in and say, I'm an outsider. I don't like the establishment. I don't want to work with the deep state. I want to transform American foreign policy completely and turn it into America first. And that's what he ran on in 2016. In the first term, those instincts, the worst parts of Trump's foreign policy instincts, I think were largely controlled by the so-called, grown-ups in the room. You could see hints of it at various times, but they basically kept him in line, and he didn't really know what he was doing. Coming to the second term, two things happened. He has much greater confidence in his understanding of world affairs. I think it's misplaced, but he is much more confident. And second, he's not dealing with any mainstream people anymore. He has appointed loyalists or easily manipulable people, opportunists of various kinds. So foreign policy is now very much a direct reflection of Trump's own instincts, which are, as I argue in the article, quite predatory.
Let me stick with the pre-Trump era before we get into the substance of the piece. You're not someone who reflexively celebrates the liberal international order or the rules-based order. There are people in the establishment, people writing the pages of foreign affairs who would use those terms as kind of unqualified terms of praise. How should we think about the liberal international order? And if you kind of think about the counterfactual, right? If we treated unipolarity differently, could we have sustained that order? Would that have been a good thing in your mind?
Yeah, I think we could have. I mean, I should be clear. I like the liberal values that underscore the idea of a liberal order. And I'm glad I live in a democracy, one that is at least still a democracy. I think markets are a much better way of allocating resources in society than, command economies and things like that. So many features of the so-called liberal order I like. And, I've argued and others have argued that the liberal order that was constructed between the United States and its principal democratic allies in both Europe and Asia worked pretty well. One of the reasons it worked well is the United States ran that empire or that set of relations rather gently. Played hardball on occasion, but by and large, strove for legitimacy in its dealings with others. The problem came because, at the end of the Cold War, we were filled with zeal and the belief that history was now moving in our direction, that the whole world really couldn't wait to become a liberal order, become like America. You think of, Frank Fukuyama's writings, the writings of Tom Friedman in that era as well, that America and its model of liberal democratic capitalism was really the only game in town. And with the exception of a few backwater dictators in a few places who hadn't gotten the memo yet, the whole world sort of couldn't wait to join this big liberal club of ours. And that, I think, turned out to be completely untrue. First of all, there were some countries, including powerful countries like Russia or China, that didn't want to join the liberal order on America's terms. And they began to push back in various ways. Second, trying to turn some parts of the world, Libya, Iraq, Syria, Iran, etc., into a liberal democracy overnight and at the point of a gun wasn't going to work very well. Even more true in Afghanistan. And this proved to be, of course, a huge distraction. I think the final problem, of course, was the United States kept touting this rules-based order and was all too willing to break those rules whenever it was convenient. And so that level of hypocrisy also began to generate a certain amount of backlash from other countries. And finally, the benefits of this, and there were clearly benefits. I benefited from a hyper-globalized economy. You probably did. Wall Street certainly did for a while. But many parts of America, sort of Main Street, did not visibly benefit from those arrangements. And some parties, manufacturing workers in some sectors lost big. So you put all that together and you had, I think, what was ultimately, a failed attempt to create a global liberal order, and has led us now to where we have essentially the United States in retreat from most of those principles, but also adopting an increasingly predatory policy towards friends and foes alike.
I'm interested in how you process the Mark Carney speech, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, which he gave at Davos when he talked about the rupture. And what struck me in listening to him, so obviously a very kind of eloquent speech, and I think said out loud what a lot of policymakers in allied capitals are saying quietly or saying in private. But there did seem to be this piece of it that was not entirely sincere, in that I think Mark Carney and many American allies were quite happy with that order. I mean, he used this shopkeeper analogy referencing Havel, but they would roll their eyes at the hypocrisy. There were things the United States did in the unipolar era that they didn't like, but most allies seemed quite comfortable with the balance that had been struck in that time and would have sustained it for longer if they could have.
I mean, they were not always comfortable with it, but the United States, despite the enormous power it had, tended to exercise that power with a certain degree of restraint towards its allies, didn't push for every advantage, consulted with them, used multilateral institutions, which at a minimum at least gave everybody a chance to voice their concerns, treating partners with respect, even when you disagreed with them. Sometimes, when you think about our relationship with France under de Gaulle, there were pretty significant disagreements there, but we didn't constantly insult de Gaulle, didn't say lots of mean things about him in public as well. So there was a certain amount of respect and deference, and that, I think, made America's overwhelming power and leadership position in that order tolerable to others, even if they occasionally resented it. As for the Carney speech, I mean, I thought it was a remarkable speech, and for a number of different reasons. I mean, first of all, Carney got elected in Canada in part because he had run essentially an anti-Trump campaign. He benefited from the fact that Trump was adopting a predatory approach to Canada, and his view was, well, we in Canada, elbows up. So this is something he gets political benefits from at home. But I thought it was also striking that the tone of the speech was regretful. It was not an angry speech. It's not the kind of speech that Fidel Castro would have made or Muammar Gaddafi. It was saying, we had a relationship with you. There were problems with it, but we wanted it to continue. It was beneficial for the most part to both sides. And it is with genuine regret that we now see this rupture taking place. This is a new world, and we're pretty confident we can't go back to the old world. And then the rest of it is really a plea to other medium powers, countries like Canada, to overcome the big collective action dilemma they face, where all are tempted to try and cut deals, and start working together, not because they're anti-American, not because they want to punish the United States, but because they want to defend their own interests in a world where they see the United States as increasingly dangerous, as increasingly predatory. And of course, there are no other similar powers to the United States that they want to get really close to. It's not like they want to jump into bed with China in a big way. Certainly, they aren't going to align with Russia. In a world of that kind, medium powers that share certain values and commitments should be working together. Again, not because they're mad, angry, but because they're somewhat fearful. And it's only by acting together that they can maybe restore or defend their own interests and perhaps be able to partner with the United States on a more equitable basis.
I'm interested in how you understood the.
Let me make one point. And if you're catching this on a replay, please make sure that you do hit the like button. And if you're new, please subscribe. One of the definitions of capital L liberalism that I'd never heard before is freedom from fear. And, it struck me that this guy's going, hey, the medium powers are afraid. They fear the United States. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and the rest of the Apple dumpling gang want. They want America to be feared. Dude, that is so dangerous. You strike fear into people and they do rash things. That fight or flight, or, the old maxim is, a cornered animal is going to lash out. Um, I think it is a huge mistake. And any MAGA black or MAGA massa, or, any of these Trump voters who were getting their rocks off, thinking that Trump, is the biggest bulldog on the block, boy, could there be consequences. If we're lucky, we survive Trump and maybe even thrive at some point. There have been some changes that I think were worthy. The border seems to be the only thing that I might agree with Trump on, and there's some other things here and there, but by and large, if I was to make a style over substance judgment, Trump probably the worst president in my lifetime. And even if I'm going to go over substance over style, Trump really hasn't accomplished a lot. That tariff thing, major setback. And he had to have known at the very beginning that it was a huge gamble. And maybe he thought he actually had the court in his back pocket. But that in birthright citizenship, I eagerly await that decision. Sometimes the Constitution isn't vague. and taxes, which tariffs are one, and birthright citizenship are the other. It's plain text. And I don't know that you really want to override precedents. You can make the argument, depending on how you want to, decide what jurisdiction means. But I just don't know. Getting rid of that birthright citizenship will cause huge problems. And anyway, let us continue.
Biden foreign policy, there was a strain in it that seemed like a kind of eager return to the pre-Trump consensus. Certainly President Biden's rhetoric reflected that, but also a fair amount that I think departed from the pre-Trump 1 consensus. Most people in the Biden administration would share your view of some of the harms of hyperglobalization and overreach of American power. To what extent do you think Biden was a missed opportunity or a useful corrective?
I agree with exactly the way you characterized it. Many features of the Biden foreign policy were an attempt to kind of turn the clock back to an America that respected allies, didn't push them around too much, occasionally, but not too much, wanted to work with them, and saw them as partners for both strategic reasons and also because we shared certain values. Lots of rhetoric about the shared values as well. The big departure was on free trade, where the Biden administration basically took the tariff policy that Trump had adopted in his first term, especially vis-a-vis China, and amped it up in a variety of ways. That was, again, partly for strategic reasons, partly justified as a sort of foreign policy for the middle class, defend manufacturing jobs, things like that, and use those policies also to advance something that Trump completely rejects, which is the so-called green transition. So I think Biden was, in sense, mostly an attempt to sort of restore the old order in a variety of different ways, but it did adopt some elements of the critique that Trump had made in his 2016 campaign and had implemented in his first term.
Before we get to your preferred label for the Trump 2 foreign policy, I want to get your reaction to a label that many members of this administration like to apply to themselves, and that's realist or realism. You are one of the most prominent international relations realists around. The national security strategy that the Trump administration released in December talks about flexible realism. Other parts of the administration will use different terms. Why is this not realism in your view?
Well, nobody wants to have a non-realist foreign policy, right? Nobody wants to label it being unrealistic, let alone overly idealistic. So lots of people have been trying to claim this label for a long time. Mike Pompeo in the first term liked to talk about American realism, and I think that was just dead wrong. I mean, I think the most obvious point is a realist, first and foremost, a realist would not be doing the things that Trump is doing that are weakening the United States at home. And here I would point to the cutting research and development spending, cutting support for universities and research labs and things like that. This is very foolish if you're in the 21st century where technological advances and technological competition are really critical to national power, and where you have in China, a serious rival on all those dimensions now. So a realist would say this is, incredibly short-sighted. A second thing most realists would say is, in a competitive world, you want lots of friends and partners, and you want to deny them to your adversaries as much as you possibly can. And my feeling is that Trump is gradually alienating most of the states we've relied upon in the past, and not turning them necessarily into adversaries, but turning them into countries that we can't go to any longer and expect them to do things for us. And some of them are going to reach out, at least in economic terms, to countries like China in ways they might not have if we had not, in a sense, pushed them in that direction. So I think both of those things are something that.
And I think very recently, within the last week, Britain and Spain basically not cooperating in this Iran incursion.
No realist would entertain. And finally, realists tend to think of foreign policy as a pretty dangerous activity where you want to be really prudent. And you could argue in his first term, Trump was quite prudent, very careful in the use of military force, perhaps not as enthusiastic as some of his predecessors had been. I don't see that same level of restraint in the second term. He's certainly been very enthusiastic about using force in a variety of places. Yes, always against weak states, mostly with air power and things like that. But we'll see, this is just the first year. And he has already, in this confrontation, say, with Iran, gotten himself in a position where he may have to use force, even if it doesn't really accomplish any positive purpose one can point to.
So if it's not realism, let's go to your preferred label, the one you use in the piece, and that's predatory hegemony. I'm interested in how you would unpack both those terms, and also how you would distinguish this from just, good old-fashioned bullying. What makes this a distinct form in your mind?
So let's go in reverse order. The hegemony part doesn't refer to the United States being a complete global hegemon that just dominates the entire world, but it does convey that the United States over the last 75 or 80 years has developed a set of relationships that give it enormous potential power over many other countries, and especially America's allies. Some of that is our military protection we provide for them. Some of that is just the sheer size of the American economy, the fact that the international financial system is based on the dollar, and all transactions at some point or another run through American institutions and can therefore be cut off. And finally, just relations of familiarity and connection and business ties. All of these things give any American president enormous leverage. And all American presidents have used those levers from time to time. The difference here, and this is the predatory part, is that all great powers are predatory towards their rivals. They're always trying to get the better of them in one way or another. They certainly don't want to agree to anything that gives a rival an advantage. They want the better part of any deal, even if it's something like an arms control deal. That's how you deal with potential rivals. But a predatory hegemon acts that way towards everyone, towards its adversaries, certainly, but also towards its allies. It tends to view all relationships in a zero-sum fashion and wants to make sure it gets the lion's share of any deal. So what you see in the second Trump term in particular is using all of those levers of power in various ways to try and extract concessions, tribute, financial benefits, sometimes personal benefits for Trump himself, with nearly everyone. And certainly even with countries with whom we have had long time, quite friendly, quite supportive relations, like Canada, like Denmark, and some others. And that's really unique.
You know, I've really heard no one, and I listen to interviews like this, you know, where, either on foreign policy or domestic policy, how Trump is running the country. I have yet to hear anyone go, well, Trump is running the United States like a CEO, and the government is his own personal corporation. Okay, the personal tribute, what's in it for me, that is CEO. Okay, we've elected a chief executive officer in chief, not a president. And CEOs aren't necessarily good leaders. They're CEOs. So it's just shocking no one, I'm sure somebody out there has made that connection, but you just don't hear it. I don't know whether it's something you just don't say in mainstream media or what, but to me, it's just really obvious. He will do no deal unless there is some benefit to him and, through him to America.
In American history. I can't think of any prior president that had the same approach to both enemies, but also to some of our closest friends.
A couple of the other terms that other scholars and analysts of American foreign policy have used in the last several months to try to capture what's going on. Those include neo-royalism, which was, I think, first put forward by Stacey Goddard and Abe Newman in a piece in the Journal International Organization. Others have talked about spheres of influence and return to a spheres of influence world. Do you see those as consistent with predatory hegemony? Do those not capture exactly what's going on for one reason or another?
I think there are slight differences among all of these ideas, but they're certainly compatible. I like the neo-royalism argument. It's a great article, by the way. And one of the things I like about it is that, they're proposing this, but they don't oversell it. I think it's a potentially useful way to think about things. So you could argue that Stacey and Abe and I are now in sort of a trademark war to see whose label gets the most traction. But I like theirs. And I think they are basically compatible. Their claim is that much of this power is being exercised on behalf of transnational networks led by powerful leaders and their entourages, their networks of oligarchs and supportive penumbra of businessmen or whatever. And, if you think of sort of the Trump organization, the Kushner family, some of the ties he has to the tech bro world, or the way that leaders like Erdogan in Turkey, Putin in Russia, have also sort of operated through elite networks. That's kind of what they mean by neo-royalism. And that's not at all incompatible with my idea that Trump is basically taking all of the channels of influence and levers that the United States has built up over the last 70 or 80 years and now trying to use them to extract as many short-term gains as possible.
And what about spheres of influence? Do you find that a useful way of thinking of what's happening now?
Right, because a sphere of influence, is one where a great power tries to exercise a sort of dominant role within its immediate area, immediate geographic area. It's worth noting, by the way, that you could exercise such influence in a relatively benevolent fashion. People would point back to Roosevelt's good neighbor policy, which is an attempt to improve America's relations with Latin America, back in the 30s, by being more benign. So you don't necessarily have to be completely exploitative, but a sphere of influence is certainly one where a major power is trying to exercise predominant influence and set some red lines, sort of things that countries within its sphere can't do, which mostly for security reasons. So when people talk about the United States having a sphere of influence in the Western Hemisphere, its most important feature is, no foreign military presence, particularly, American rivals of any size in the Western Hemisphere. What's interesting about the national security strategy, it's also telling countries in Latin America, we don't want you to have extensive economic ties with states like China because we worry that that gives them more influence. And I think that's going to be a much harder sell towards much of Latin America, given the benefits they've gotten from dealing with China. And notice that if the United States tried to impose that, then we essentially become responsible for the economic health of all of the Western Hemisphere. And if countries have economic problems, they can blame them on Washington for not letting them have the economic ties they would like to have. So again, that's, I think, a more expansive view of spheres of influence, and one that is not likely to work out well for us.
The heart of your critique of predatory hegemony, as I read it, is that it's going to drive others away from the United States and on both security and economic relationships in time. There's a line in the piece where you write, weaker states will tolerate coercive pressures if they are heavily dependent on access to the hegemon's larger market, or if they face still greater threats from other states and must therefore depend on the hegemon's protection, even if it comes with strings attached. If you talk to officials in the Trump administration, they would say, look, given just the sheer size of the American economy and frankly the success of the American economy, often despite ourselves in recent years, and their dependence on us for security in the face of threats to them that are much closer to home, right? If you're the European looking at Russia or an Asian ally looking at China, the United States, even if that threat increases, still looks far more benign than the hegemon nearby. The Trump people would say, look, they just don't have options, and we can be pretty predatory. We can drive a pretty hard bargain, and they're still ultimately going to come to, they might reduce their dependence a little bit. There'll be a little bit of hedging, but there's not that much they can do. How would you engage that argument from unnamed administration official?
Yeah, no, that's an absolutely coherent position. And the United States, first of all, gets enormous free benefits from its geographic location. The fact that for many countries around the world, there are dangers nearby where the United States is far away across the ocean, and therefore they want American protection because the United States doesn't look as dangerous as somebody who might be next door. Our partners in Asia are a perfect illustration of that. You could maybe argue now with the Ukraine war and the relationship between Europe and Russia that that's also true in Europe as well. So that's one big benefit. Second, there is a collective action problem. None of these countries are strong enough to stand up to the United States entirely on their own, and that would allow the United States to play divide and conquer in a variety of other ways. As you said, the combination of America's economic weight and its military capabilities gives states lots of reasons to want to be on good terms with us and not to tick us off, and therefore to make concessions when we press. And they're making a bet that you can do this more or less forever. And I'm skeptical of that for a couple of reasons. First of all, the first move of most of these countries has been to try and accommodate the Trump administration in a variety of ways, partly by rather gratuitous acts of flattery, partly by making economic promises of one kind or another, partly by just swallowing hard and saying, okay, we'll deal with it as well. So the European Union signed a pretty asymmetric trade deal, and I think it was largely in order to persuade Trump to continue to back Ukraine to some degree. The problem is, first of all, if you're a predator, you take the concession and then you start asking for more. And what is starting to become clear now is that flattering and accommodating and appeasing doesn't necessarily buy you very much. The administration is back a few months later with a new demand or a new request. So the Europeans acted nicely, and the next thing they learned was that Trump was back wanting to take Greenland from Denmark, right? Which, of course, led to, I think, a very sharp reaction in Europe as well. The other thing you'll see states doing over time is starting to de-risk. They will start to hedge. They will start to try and diversify their economic ties as much as possible because they don't want to be as subject to American pressure as they are right now. And very importantly, they don't want to have to deal all the time with a partner who keeps changing its mind and making new demands. I mean, one of the things that is, I think, counterproductive in Trump's tariff policy is the sort of on again, off again. It's 10%, it's 20%, it's 45%, it's back down to 5%. You never know. At some point, the business community in other countries and other governments would rather have a somewhat less acceptable arrangement that was predictable, that stayed in place for a while, as opposed to one that you can't count on, where you're dealing with a partner who changes his mind or makes new demands all the time. And so we're already seeing this. So, to take Mark Carney, Canada has signed a trade deal with Indonesia, the first time ever. He is working to try and bridge a trade agreement between the CPTPP in Asia and the European Union. The European Union has signed a new trade deal with India, has essentially inked finally a deal with the Latin American trading bloc Mercosur. So you're seeing in lots of different places countries starting to diversify their economic ties and doing it quite consciously in response to what they see as a predatory United States. And then finally, and this is in response to Greenland, you are seeing the desire to take Greenland. You're seeing Europeans, getting increasingly serious about defense, but not just because they're worried about Russia, not just because they no longer trust the United States to help them. That's both true, but also because they're increasingly worried that the United States itself might be a problem. And certainly that relying on American protection is just handing a lever to the United States that they don't necessarily want to be subject to. So again, I think in the short term, states have tried to accommodate, but in the long term, they will do what they can to reduce American leverage and make it possible for them to ignore American requests.
I have to say, when I hear Trump administration officials defending the bet they're making about how much choice allies will have over the allies and partners will have over the long term, I feel like they're giving me a kind of crude version of Steve Walt balance of threat theory from 30 or 40 years ago. Maybe they're misapplying it, but I do see some of that there.
There's one other point that I make in the article that should be brought out here, that one of the key sources of American leverage is the protection we have provided for allies, both in Europe and in Asia, and for many years. And it's important to remember that we didn't do this as an act of charity. We didn't do this because we were just feeling warmly towards these countries. We did it because it was in our strategic interest to do so. This was not a gift. In any case, if the Trump administration keeps threatening to sever those ties as a way of getting them to make, say, economic concessions, keeps threatening to do that, but never actually pulls the trigger, never actually withdraws, say, from NATO or something like that, then it gets exposed as a bluff and it starts to lose its leverage. Our allies will understand that we really, at the end of the day, see these relationships as being in our interest and that we're not going to break them. On the other hand, if we do break them, if we say, okay, fine, we're out of here, then the leverage is gone. So in a sense, even the military protection we provide can be a source of influence. It can be something that others will take into account. American presidents have used the possibility of reducing American support as a tool in the past, but it's not the kind of threat you can repeat over and over and over again and expect it to keep delivering.
It strikes me that India is the really interesting test case here, and both the kind of origins of the recent rift in the U.S.-India relationship, which was really about kind of egos and sloppy diplomacy and some kind of Pakistani tribute and corruption. And then, of course, you saw Prime Minister Modi of India go to Beijing and have a warm meeting with Putin. That was a pretty clear signal to the United States. But, you do also hear from people in both governments that the U.S.-India relationship that's been getting better over the last 20 years kind of continues on its course. And you can imagine that after all of this drama, we won't see a dramatically changed relationship. The trajectory will be roughly the same, 3 or 4 years from now. And that to me is a really interesting question about whether the effects of this predatory hegemony are enduring or not.
Yeah, I think India is an interesting test case, and as India continues to develop and become, more powerful, you can imagine it as being, an emerging pole in an increasingly multipolar world. We have the United States, we have China, we have Russia as a sort of distant third place. India, most populous country, developing quite rapidly, increasing a number of its capabilities. You can think of it as maybe an emerging fourth pole. Given where it is located, you would expect it to be, especially concerned about China, which it is, therefore especially interested in support from the United States, also hedging a bit in its relationship with Russia for both, economic reasons, purchasing oil and things like that, but also I think for long-term strategic reasons. And I would expect India to sort of follow a course where it leans towards the United States, but not to the point of being a victim or a vassal. It's not going to be comfortable with a relationship with the United States that's we're all take and no give. And in a multipolar world, they will have options. The degree to which they are willing to back our ideas for how to organize the Indo-Pacific region or how to contain China's influence within that region, they can support those with varying degrees of enthusiasm, depending on the kind of treatment they're getting from the United States. They will also, of course, reach out, as they have been doing, to other economic actors like the European Union, which is itself a large bloc in international economic terms, because they're not sure they're going to get a fair deal or a stable deal with the United States. Yes, the other point I would emphasize here is most of this is completely unnecessary, right? In the sense, it's not clear that acting like a constant predator is actually gaining the United States an enormous amount of tangible benefits. I think it may be making Trump richer. It's certainly going to benefit some of the people in his entourage as well, but it's not clear that it's actually improving America's image in the world, making Americans richer, or creating a set of partnerships around the world that you can count on in a pinch.
Let me try to steel man the Trump case here. I think they would say, look, at the end of this, you're going to have American allies in Europe and Asia that are spending much more on their own defense and contributing much more to deterring China and Russian action against NATO. This has been a complaint of American policymakers for decades, and Trump is finally getting it done. And blunt as the approach is, he is going to force many of these allies and partners to de-risk a little bit or decouple more from China, or in the case of India, they're going to reduce purchases of Russian oil. So when all is said and done, allies will be stronger. They will have reduced their economic dependence on American adversaries, and there might be some reduced trust, but ultimately those kind of material changes are going to be more meaningful. How would you respond? I'm not endorsing that. I'm simply, trying to give the strongest case.
That's explicitly the case they've already made repeatedly. I mean, first of all, there's a little bit of over-claiming here. European defense improvements or greater efforts began before Trump was reelected. They actually began before Trump was elected the first time in response to the seizure of Crimea in 2014. This was something of a wake-up call for Europe, and they began thinking more seriously about rearmament. That continued in the Biden administration. So this is a trend for which Trump can claim some credit, but certainly not sole credit. Of course, that's his tendency, is to claim sole credit for almost everything. But I think one doesn't also want to underestimate the importance of a shifting perception of the United States. And what I always like to point to is, the Biden administration went to a Dutch firm, I think it's ASML, that's a lithography firm, makes the world's most sophisticated chip-making machines. And you need these machines in order to make the best semiconductors out there. And said we didn't want them to sell those machines to China. Now, this firm could make a lot of money doing that. It would be beneficial to the firm. It would be good for the Netherlands in purely economic terms. But the Dutch government and the firm agreed that they would not sell these things. Well, if you treat your allies as vassals constantly, and you're always looking for ways to extract advantages from them, and also you're threatening in some cases, and here's where Greenland comes up again, you're threatening to use military force to take something that doesn't belong to you. And it's not an unpopular country in Libya or something like that. It's a longtime ally. Denmark was probably the most pro-American country in all of Europe. When you do something like that, you're going to be greatly diminishing the willingness of allies to make adjustments and make concessions. And indeed, the Danish military intelligence now says the United States is a potential threat. It's quite remarkable that we've managed to turn a country like Denmark into one that is now actually actively wary of what the United States is doing and is therefore going to be, I think, much less likely to cooperate with us. The fact that Trump has also, treated their sacrifices in the war in Afghanistan, for example, with a certain contempt, has just fueled that. And you could say much the same story with respect to Canada. So I don't think one wants to underestimate the long-term consequences of the sort of loss of comity within these relationships.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. Kind of said everything that needs to be said up to this point. And I mean, the upshot is Trump is a dick. And he's pissing people, other countries off. And all I can say is a vote for Trump is a vote for a dick. So let's move on to a few news stories. So the Pentagon has released names of 4 of the 6 troops killed in Iran war. It says they died in a drone strike in Kuwait. Man, Kuwait has just been a place that has wreaked havoc. I've been to Kuwait actually once during Desert Storm, or trying to think if I can't remember whether the hostilities had ceased. Can't remember, but it was during the first Persian Gulf War. So Pentagon officials on Tuesday named 4 American soldiers killed on March 1st at Port Shaiba, Kuwait, after a drone strike hit a command center. In the opening hours of the campaign, 4 U.S. service members died after the February 28 strikes that targeted Iran's leadership, according to the Pentagon. The Department of Defense named first class Sergeant, I think that's Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Armour. Yeah, they're getting these. I think the Noah Teachins, I think he was a master sergeant or a command sergeant major with the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines, Iowa. So they were some sort of National Guard or something like that. U.S. military investigators said the attack is under investigation. There's also Sergeant Declan Cody, a West Des Moines native and Drake University student, after his death in the Iran conflict on Tuesday. They're missing a name here. This is really sloppy. And then they're missing one who was in 03. But anyway, 4 of the 6 looks like they were all from Iowa. Some like either a reserve or some sort of National Guard unit that was deployed. And we're going to stay in Kuwait. This shocked the shit out of me. So it was a Kuwaiti F-18 Hornet that shot down 3 Air Force F-15s. So this Kuwaiti pilot in a F-18 fired 3 missiles and took out 3 fucking F-15s. Oh, and by the way, it was in daylight, apparently. This wasn't, I don't know how this happened. Now, this is a magazine I've not heard before. It's like a defense industry type magazine. So none of it's been confirmed, but this definitely did not make the U.S. newspaper or the U.S. Mainstream media. And this particular X video right here shows one of the F-15s falling out of the sky. Now, none of this has been verified or anything like that, but I'm just going with this news story. But it's definitely convincing. Have a look at this. I don't know if y'all can see it real well. Now you can see the parachutes where the pilot's ejected, or the pilot and the back seater. That's that flat spin I'm talking about. That's the Trump administration. So it shocked the shit out of me. I figured it was like, some sort of missile, like an air defense missile took out the planes. Well, apparently it was a Kuwaiti pilot. I'm like, I wonder if he's gonna get a medal. And it was apparently this is daylight. So and Palomino, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. And your first thing that you type in my chat is "but you like dicks." I don't even know how to respond to that. If I did like dicks, Trump wouldn't be one of them. So let's move on. Now, this is a submariner's wet dream. U.S. submarine sank Iranian warship in Indian Ocean with torpedo. You never fucking get, dude. That's like a once in a generation opportunity to fucking take out an enemy warship with a fucking torpedo. What I wouldn't have given to be on that sub when they confirmed a strike, a torpedo, actually sunk, man. That place must have been pandemonium. So on Wednesday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. sank an Iranian warship in international waters after a Tuesday night torpedo strike. The Pentagon called the first such attack on an enemy since World War II. So it's once in every 4 generations. U.S. military in Israel intensified bombardment of Iran security forces, blah, 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 blah. Now, in reality, I'm not absolutely sure. I guess, but we've not declared war. I don't know. This is kind of iffy. But you know what? I'm not going to make a pronouncement, but international waters, Indian Ocean. I don't know. I'd like to look. I'd like to know more detail. I'll just put it that way. So let's see. What else have we got here? This is the first I've heard. U.S. opens military action in Ecuador against terrorist organizations. U.S. Special Forces soldiers are advising and supporting Ecuadorian commandos on raids across the country against suspected drug shipment facilities and other drug-related sites. So this is out of the New York Times. Let's listen to this.
U.S. opens military action in Ecuador against terrorist organizations. This article is by Eric Schmidt and Luis Ferre-Siderney and read by an automated voice. The United States and Ecuador have launched joint military operations against designated terrorist organizations in the South American country, the Pentagon said on Tuesday night, in what appeared to be a major expansion of the U.S. military's unilateral strikes against boats in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific that the Trump administration has accused of carrying drugs. U.S. Special Forces soldiers are advising and supporting Ecuadorian commandos on raids across the country against suspected drug shipment facilities and other drug-related sites, according to a U.S. official who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. The Americans are not believed to be participating in the actual raids, but are helping the Ecuadorian troops plan their operations and are providing intelligence and logistics support, the official said. In a 30-second video released by the military's Southern Command, a helicopter is seen taking off in early morning or dusk, flying over an area, then picking up soldiers. The U.S. official said the video depicted the first in what was expected to be a series of raids across the country, some with U.S. advisors assisting nearby, some with Ecuadorian forces only. In this instance, involving mostly Ecuadorian forces, the official said it was unclear what the mission's objective was or whether it was successful. The operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism, the United States Southern Command said in a statement, which did not provide other details about the operations. The White House did not immediately comment on the military activity. In a visit to Ecuador last September, Secretary of State Marco Rubio strongly implied that the United States and Ecuador might conduct joint strikes. Across Latin America, cartels have battled each other and authorities to produce cocaine and smuggle it to the United States. Ecuador, the world's largest exporter of the drug, does not produce it, but serves as a trafficking route for criminal groups operating in Colombia and Peru. On Monday, Southern Command posted footage of a visit by General Francis L. Donovan, the head of the command, with President Daniel Noboa and senior Ecuadorian officials in Quito, the capital, to discuss security cooperation and reaffirm the United States' strong commitment to supporting the nation's efforts to confront narco-terrorism and strengthen regional security. General Donovan, whose command oversees operations in Latin America, said in a statement Tuesday that, "We commend the men and women of the Ecuadorian armed forces for their unwavering commitment to this fight, demonstrating courage and resolve through continued actions against narco-terrorists in their country." Ecuador has emerged as a key South American ally of the United States since Mr. Trump returned to power in 2025 and kicked off a contentious campaign against supposed drug trafficking boats in Latin America. Since early September, the United States...
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there. I just became aware of this. Oh, this is hilarious. So, oh man, you know, sometimes the internet wins. So, South Park writer leads calls for Barron Trump to be drafted as president says more American casualties expected in Iran conflict. Oh, this is funny. So the hashtag send Barron is trending on social media as a satirical website calls for President Trump to deploy his youngest son in the military. So this is the website. draftbarontrump.com. All right. Well, you know what? This is a command performance. Man, why didn't I? God damn it! Why didn't I think of this? So there you have it, folks. It was the website set up by a former South Park writer amid Operation Epic Fury, which is seeing the U.S. and Israel launch extensive airstrikes. At least 4 service members have been confirmed dead. Trump has been accused of appearing indifferent towards these deaths, shrugging them off as a reality of war and warning the U.S. death toll could get quite a bit higher during brief remarks at a Medal of Honor ceremony in the wake of the attacks. That in turn has prompted speculation about whether he might feel differently about sending military personnel into combat if his own 19-year-old son were among those being deployed. Wow. All right. Well, there we have it, folks. And I think it is hilarious. All right, so let's switch gears. Some of us watched some election coverage. Mrs. Queen Sunkissed and Big J were like, I fell asleep early and went to sleep pretty much right after the show because I was eating dinner that last half hour or so of the show. So I just read and fell asleep. Woke up, I don't know, about 1 o'clock or so, and Big J and Queen were still going at it. And unfortunately, I pretty much called this. Jasmine Crockett got beat by James wait, that's not Tallarico. What? Why does that not sound right? Tallarico. I gotta be mispronouncing that. But anyway, the issue is that, man, there were some cock ups in the Dallas area. Used to be that in the Dallas area you could pretty much go anywhere as long as you were a resident, to any of the polling stations. And apparently something in the law changed. So, basically some states have, or cities have, wards. They'll set up polling stations in wards. And apparently there were some mix-ups where people would go to vote and they go, no, you can't vote here. You have to go somewhere else. So it was kind of embarrassing, to be honest. Texas is just fucked up, apparently. But I have to get a hold of Portia because she usually works like different types of elections. I'll see if I can get a little bit more information from her. But as it turns out, Jasmine Crockett lost the primary. She has conceded. So it's going to be Tallarico. I think they mispronounced his name or misspelled his name. But he's going to be running Cornyn and what's his name? The Attorney General. They're going to be in a runoff. So that's going to be interesting. Cornyn's been in office for like 25 years or 26 years, some ungodly number. And the Attorney General was able to basically force a runoff. So I actually think it's possible that Tallarico, or however you pronounce his name, could wind up actually winning a Senate seat. And if that happens, oh Lord, I actually read an article that basically said it is very possible that, given Trump's unpopularity and Ken Paxton, that's his name, Ken Paxton, if he winds up, the problem is Cornyn didn't play ball with Trump, so Trump won't endorse him. So that's why Paxton was able to take him to a runoff. Cornyn only won the primary by like 1.2 points, 41.9 to 40.7. So if for some reason Paxton wins, it is very real that Tallarico could win. So everybody's going to be watching this particular Texas Senate race very closely. Wish Queen were around. I'd love to get her take on it. Or Portia. I'll have to see, I'll probably run into Queen before I run into Portia. All right, so Commerce Secretary Lutnick, who, as it turns out, he and his family visited Epstein Island for lunch. So he's been called to appear before the House, House Oversight, to talk to Jim Comer and the gang. So Lutnick, who was once Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, will voluntarily sit for an interview before the House Oversight Committee. Yeah, Lutnick's just a yutz. That's pretty much what I have to say. You can tell by his haircut. This dude's a yutz. So Lutnick swore that, hey, they were neighbors. He visited once. Well, it turned out the whole damn family had a picnic on Epstein Island. He and another family, his family and another family. So, it's not like, they were doing anything particularly, risque, but, at this point, being in the government and just having any sort of, more than a brief encounter with Epstein, it's sticking to you like white on rice. We'll just say that. All right. So I watched a couple clips of Hillary and Bill Clinton before the House Oversight Committee. And it was kind of messy, to be honest. I had no clue that Bill Clinton, somebody made the comment that Bill Clinton was looking kind of rough. Well, I didn't know he's got Parkinson's disease. So, he was kind of shaky, but apparently he's got Parkinson's. So, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, they got served ham sandwiches and tomato soup for lunch on the island. Well, he's definitely not in his present condition, that's for sure. Paxton for the win. Well, Paxton did win because, Cornyn's like an incumbent several times over. And, you want to talk about a messy personal life? Oh boy, Ken Paxton, dude. That dude is a fucking mess. As a matter of fact, Paxton makes Bill Clinton look kind of like an altar boy, to be honest. So 7 takeaways. Let's see what the 7 takeaways are. Let's see if they numbered them. Of course they didn't. So here are the takeaways. Hillary Clinton did not want to be there. They've got video, which I'm not going to bother playing. Bill Clinton described a business-like relationship with Epstein. Nancy Mace got a rise out of Hillary Clinton. I tell you what, Nancy Mace, that's another asshole. Really just egregious, undignified behavior. That's why, Nancy Mace is running for governor of South Carolina. She's another one with a messy personal life. Bill Clinton recounted discussing Epstein with Donald Trump. Oh, really? Let's see. Hillary Clinton literally took that committee to task about why isn't Trump here testifying. I might have to play that clip. It was actually pretty funny. Hillary Clinton was repeatedly pressed about Pizzagate, which these people are just horrible people, to be honest. Bill Clinton said he was sad to learn of Miss Maxwell's role. Hillary Clinton balked after a leaked photo. Yeah, again, Nancy May. No. It was Lauren Boebert this time, leaking photos of a closed-door session. Hillary Clinton, I thought she was actually going to walk out. She was pretty pissed off about that. Let's listen to this little clip because that's just not something you fucking do. Jim Comer, he's a sloppy, he's a horrible chairman.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have another
photos that are being released of she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
Yeah,
Another
you know
earlier
what?
was that
Hillary
being
Clinton,
released.
she really actually kicked some ass and took a couple names. She still got it. You know, like her or not, you don't want to lock horns with her. So let us move on. So Mom Donnie announces first 2,000 seats in universal child care expansion. So he's trying to keep at least one excuse me, campaign promise. Mayor's Zohran Mamdani has pledged to create a free universal child care system during his tenure. On Tuesday, he named the diverse areas where the first 2,000 seats would be offered. So that's going to be a promise he keeps. Let's listen to a little bit of it.
Mamdani announces first 2K seats in universal childcare expansion. This article is by Eliza Shapiro and read by an automated voice. Mayor Zohran Mamdani has chosen 4 areas of New York City to kickstart his push to provide free childcare for 2-year-olds, an early step in what is sure to be a long road to fulfilling his promise to create a universal childcare system. The first 2,000 seats in the program, known as 2K, will be distributed across a diverse set of largely, but not exclusively, low-income parts of the city in 4 of the 5 boroughs and will be available this fall. Mr. Mamdani announced the plan at a news conference with Governor Kathy Hochul, who is funding the expansion in Upper Manhattan on Tuesday morning. The city will work with existing childcare providers in Canarsie, Brownsville, and Ocean Hill in Brooklyn, Washington Heights and Inwood in Manhattan, Fordham and Kingsbridge in the Bronx, and Ozone Park, Richmond Hill, Woodhaven, and the Rockaways in Queens to provide the seats. Children who live in 5 local school districts that include those neighborhoods, Districts 6, 10, 18, 23, and 27, will have access to the seats. The spaces being offered this fall represent only a fraction of the seats the Mamdani administration hopes to create for 2-year-olds over the next 4 years, at which point it estimates the program will be universal. About 12,000 2K seats will be available next fall, and advocates estimate that about 55,000 children will use the program once it is fully built out. Despite a public victory lap from Mr. Mamdani and Ms. Hochul over their agreement that the state would put up $73 million for the first year of 2K and about $425 million for the second, there is not yet a plan to fund the program after that. But on Tuesday, Ms. Hochul hinted that she was willing to put up more money for the program in future years. The state of New York is not walking away, she said. Not now, not ever. You can count on that. Still,
I'll just leave it there. I just got this particular item. The House Oversight Committee, following a motion by Nancy Mace, the horrible, vile woman that she is, today, Representative Nancy Mace moved to subpoena Attorney General Bondi, saying, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Honorable Pamela Jo Bondi, Pamela Jo, to appear before the committee for a deposition regarding the department's handling of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his associates and compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So there you have it, folks. A Republican, Nancy Mace, has moved to subpoena the great Pamela Jo Bondi. I'm going to call her Pamela Jo from now on. That's her full name. There's Barack Hussein Obama and there's Pamela Jo Bondi. All right. Now, the next 3 stories are dedicated to EAE, who I haven't seen in these parts for quite some time, but he chastised me probably almost a year ago, like, why don't you do more science or STEM type stories? So the next 3 kind of fit that bill. So a nuclear reactor backed by Bill Gates gets federal approval to start building. So let's listen to this.
A nuclear reactor backed by Bill Gates gets federal approval to start building. This article is by Brad Plumer and read by an automated voice. A novel type of nuclear power plant in Wyoming, backed by Bill Gates, received a key federal permit on Wednesday, making it the first new U.S. commercial reactor in nearly a decade to receive clearance to begin construction. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the federal body that oversees reactor safety, unanimously voted to grant a construction permit to TerraPower, a startup founded by Mr. Gates. TerraPower is one of several companies trying to build a new wave of smaller, advanced reactors meant to be easier to build than the large reactors of old. The permit, which comes after years of consultations and regulatory reviews, means that TerraPower can begin pouring concrete and building the nuclear components of its proposed nuclear plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming. The plant, which still faces plenty of logistical hurdles, is currently expected to come online in 2031 near an old coal-burning power plant that is slated to retire a few years later. Today is a historic day for the United States nuclear industry. Chris Levesque, TerraPower's chief executive, said in a statement, "This is the first commercial-scale advanced nuclear plant to receive this permit." Nuclear power has seen a resurgence of bipartisan interest in the United States in recent years, especially as demand for electricity rises. Nuclear reactors don't emit planet-warming greenhouse gases, unlike coal and gas plants, and they can produce electricity around the clock, unlike wind turbines and solar panels. While some Democrats remain opposed because of concerns about safety and disposal of nuclear waste, others have come to see it as a crucial technology for fighting climate change. One of the big obstacles facing nuclear power, however, has been the time and enormous expense it takes to build new plants. The only 2 U.S. reactors built from scratch in the past 3 decades at the Vogtle Nuclear Power Plant in Georgia cost $35 billion, double the initial estimates, and arrived 7 years behind schedule. TerraPower is one of more than a dozen startups across the United States, betting that new technology and designs can make it easier and cheaper to build reactors. Today, every American nuclear plant uses light water reactor technology, in which water is pumped into a reactor core and heated by atomic fission, producing steam to create electricity. Because the water is highly pressurized, these plants need heavy piping and thick containment shields to protect against accidents. TerraPower's reactor, by contrast, uses liquid sodium instead of water, allowing it to operate at lower pressures. In theory, that reduces the need for costly shielding. In an emergency, the plant can be cooled with air vents rather than complicated pump systems. The reactor is just 345 megawatts, 1/3 the size of Vogtle's reactors, making for a smaller investment. TerraPower's design has another unique feature. Most reactors can't easily adjust their power output, making it hard to mesh with fluctuating wind and solar farms to adjust to grid demands. TerraPower's reactor will have a molten salt battery that allows the plant to ramp up or down as needed. While the initial plant built in Wyoming is expected to be expensive, $4 billion or more, the company hopes to drive down the cost in the future by building more plants and learning from experience. The Energy Department has agreed to pick up part of the cost of TerraPower's first reactor. "Our first plant will cost more than our 10th plant because we have all these non-recurring initial costs," Mr. Levesque said in an interview. He predicted that TerraPower's reactors would eventually produce electricity at half the cost of traditional nuclear plants because they are simpler. Any new...
Yeah, I'll just stop there. All these links for folks who are here now or will hear this in replay or in the show notes. And by the way, what is today? Today is Friday. Damn. You know what, Tom? Oh, shoot. You know what? I am oh wow. You know what? This is so funny. I tend to lose track of time sometimes, and I'm thinking today is Friday. I just switched waste pickup companies, and my old waste pickup was on Wednesdays for like damn near 10 years, and I switched because this new company my neighbor let me know about because she switched. So it's about maybe $40 per quarter cheaper, but their pickup is on Friday. So what did I do today? I fucking took the trash bin out and trash pickup isn't until day after tomorrow, which is fine because it's full. It's not like I could put more in it anyway, but damn, I'm thinking it's Friday and boy, this retirement is a blessing and a curse. So let's see, what else do I have here? So anyway, what I was going to say is everybody please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please subscribe. Also, the Sovereign Beer Fund, it is apparently Wednesday. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment for the upcoming weekend. I was thinking about doing another Black Historian Day. However, now that February is over, if anybody has any better ideas, you can email me, which is in the banner at the bottom, or you can type it into the chat, and I'll at least consider it. I never get tired of history, but some of us who frequent the show might. So I never say I don't think of y'all. Also, monthly expenses between, the YouTube Premium and the StreamYard, it's not free. Newspaper subscriptions, all these subscriptions that, try and keep the news sources kind of varied. So, between left and right and center and all that sort of stuff. So, help a brother out. And Sovereign Beer Fund is always looking for investors. This next story, hopefully everyone within the sound of my voice will bear this in mind. And this particular story is so important that I actually saved it in my New York Times phone app for future reference. This bullshit that the manosphere and has been pushing ever since I've been aware of it. And oddly enough, I've only been aware of it since I've been on YouTube, which is maybe a couple years now. They're basically, I've heard people blame falling birth rates on these professional women who, they pick career over kids and stuff like that. And birth rate would not be a big deal if these women would get married earlier. Well, that's not actually quite the way it's happening, apparently. It says here, birth rate is plunging, while some say that's a good thing, and it's a mixed blessing for sure. The political class is worried about the historic drop, but the biggest change is among the youngest women, not the older women, who are the least ready to have children. So, one of the consequences or benefits of, quote, feminism or women's rights, my body, my choice, is a lot of young women these days are like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to be getting knocked up, at 19 if I'm not ready, financially or, otherwise. So, it's a long article, but I actually think I'm going to play the whole thing. There's some things that I hope people, when they go on some of these, manosphere type channels, that kind of listen to this article. It's not these professional women that are the cause of falling birth rates. So again, it's a mixed blessing. So let's play this, and if it starts repeating itself, I'll know when to stop it, or we may just hear all 11 minutes of it.
The birth rate is plunging, why some say that's a good thing. This article is by Sabrina Tavernise and Jeff Adelson, and read by an automated voice. The U.S. birth rate is declining, Rose Paz's choices help explain why. Ms. Paz, 22, grew up in Salt Lake City, the eldest of 3 children. Born when her mother, an immigrant from Mexico, was 16. Her parents, a waitress and a cook, worked a lot, leaving her responsible for her younger siblings. She remembers having to skip sleepovers and birthday parties to care for them. Ms. Paz is studying for a bachelor's degree in marketing. She has a serious boyfriend, but does not want to have children now. I want to be financially stable and in a place I can call my own, she said. I saw my parents get stressed over money, and I don't want my kid to experience that. Not so long ago, women like Ms. Paz, in their early 20s, from backgrounds that are far from privileged, would have been among the most likely to be having children. Now this group is a key contributor to the country's declining birth rate, which is at an all-time low, down by over 25% since 2007, the year the fall began. The decline has prompted hand-wringing among portions of the political class, with some conservatives calling it the triumph of selfishness over sacrifice. A report last month by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank, titled Saving America by Saving the Family, warned that when a nation fails to preserve the family, the state soon fails to preserve itself. But academics say there is another way to look at it. There's been a lot of doom and gloom about the birth rate, but the decline...
Yeah, what organizations like the Heritage Foundation want is they want more broken families. On one hand, they want to preserve families and all this stuff. So some 19-year-old woman who wants to basically wait for, the right time to have children is the triumph of selfishness over service, or whatever that saying was. That's some bullshit. Women have heard that shit. Being on one hand, these people will criticize single motherhood. These women are refusing to be single mothers, and they're not just taking the first dick swinging that they meet. That's a good thing. I think it's time for men to not be, the first swinging dick it's being offered.
Decline is also a success story, said Karen Benjamin Guzzo, a demographer at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. A large part of the drop comes from teenagers and women in their early 20s, the least likely to want or be able to provide for a baby. Drops among Hispanic, white, and Black teenagers accounted for 37% of the national birth rate decline between 2007, when the rate started to go down, and 2019, according to calculations by Melissa Carney, an economist at the University of Notre Dame, and her colleagues. White women ages 20 to 24 without a bachelor's degree were another big contributor, they found. Together, the two groups added up to more than half of the overall drop. The statistics help debunk the perception that the birth rate decline is being driven exclusively by highly educated women from privileged backgrounds. The birth rate is dropping among college graduates too, but they make up a smaller portion of the phenomenon. Martha Bailey, an economist at the University of California, Los Angeles, found that, among college-educated women, ages 20 to 24, the birth rate dropped by 20% between 2007 and 2024. But for women with only a high school diploma, the rate dropped by a full 50%. 30 years ago, the growing number of teenage and single mothers was seen as a societal crisis, with poor economic and health outcomes for mother and baby. The most vociferous critics called these women welfare queens and said they were draining public coffers. Now, the teenage birth rate is down by 70% since 2007, and the unmarried birth rate is down by 30%. Roger Severino, Vice President for Economic and Domestic Policy at Heritage, welcomed the decline in unmarried teen births. He said he was not pushing for more births at all costs, but instead wanted to make it easier for Americans to get married and have children earlier. The alternative, he said, would mean an eventual demographic collapse and societal breakdown. Marriage and family should not be considered a luxury good, he said. But some social scientists say the declines show that the most vulnerable young women are taking control over their lives. We spent decades shaming women for having kids under the wrong circumstances, for not having their ducks in a row, said Ms. Guzzo, the demographer. Now they are holding up their end of the bargain. Adulthood redefined. If the birth rate drops too far for too long, it could eventually present problems. As the country needs workers to support an aging population, the population can grow through immigration too, but that issue has become politically sensitive, with numbers falling sharply under the Trump administration. Policymakers are looking for fixes, but the dynamics driving the lower birth rate are complicated. Researchers have pointed to several possible explanations. The decline coincided with the introduction of the smartphone, which rapidly became a tool for both social connection and isolation, even a substitute for sex, said Casey Buckles, an economist at Notre Dame. At the same time, the use of more reliable contraception, such as implants and IUDs, has gone up. Researchers said that the transition to adulthood has also changed. Young people are less likely to get married first and find their way to stability together. The median age of first marriage has risen to 30 for men and 29 for women, about 3 years older for both sexes than in 2007. In interviews, many women talked about establishing themselves, getting a degree or a stable job, before settling down with a partner. They often talked about watching their mothers struggle under the weight of responsibility. Whatever the reasons, more young women are making it to their mid to late 20s without children. For the first time, almost half of the country's 30-year-old women are childless. In 1976, it was just 18%. Hope DeChaver is one of those women. She has a deep ambivalence about having children. She wants control over her life after a chaotic childhood. When she was 13, she had to care for her younger brothers, 2 and 4, while her father, a corrections officer, worked. Sometimes I picture having a kid and I think of that overload. 2 kids, both in diapers, she said. Now 30, she is happily married and living in Denver. She works at a gym and said she is selfish with her time, hiking on weekends with her husband Brandon, a weapons specialist in the Air Force. She enjoys spending time with her niece but has no urge to have a child of her own. Brandon and I, she said, we like our peace. New expectations. In interviews, many women said they wanted children, but also a certain kind of life. Kaylee Clay is 21, about the age when her mother started having children. But Ms. Clay, who said she is not in a relationship, has focused on her career since graduating in December from the University of Utah. Her drive comes in part from childhood. When Ms. Clay was 9, her father, who did not finish college, stopped working for health reasons. Her mother, who stocked shelves at Walmart, became the sole breadwinner for a family of 6. Ms. Clay remembers living with a broken tooth for weeks until her parents could afford to fix it. I don't think I would have kids anytime soon, she said. I wouldn't want to put a child into this world and then not be able to support them in the way that I felt I should. Even as they strive for financial independence, many said they also hoped to get married. Most said 2 incomes were needed for a stable middle-class life. But there was also wariness about relationships. Sage Fedrick, 28, who works in the kitchen at a Texas Roadhouse restaurant in northeastern Pennsylvania, said all of her friends have jobs, but few have children. The reason, she said, has a lot to do with the men. She said they watched their mothers or aunts struggle without financial independence. We really started to see how men treated women. Like, I'm a provider, so I can do this, she said. I have control over you. Now women have their own money, she said, and men are shaking in their boots. She is pointing to a new demographic reality. Women in their early 20s are now almost as likely to be employed as men. In 2006, young men were 10 percentage points more likely to be working than women. Ms. Fedrick said that on dates, many men seem threatened by her financial independence. That has prompted some soul-searching. If you want to meet someone, you have to get out there, go to dinners, go to the bar, she said. Then I'm like, no, I don't want to do any of that. I'm tired of trying. Needing a nest. Economists have been skeptical that finances are behind the birth rate decline, reasoning that household income is not lower than it was in 2007. But the typical age at which young Americans are buying their first home has gone way up to 40 last year, from 31 in 2007. According to the National Association of Realtors. And for some families, renting is proving difficult too. Brianne Bell, 33, a retail worker, lives with her 9-year-old daughter at her mother's house in eastern Pennsylvania. All along, she has wanted more children and for years had searched for a partner. 2 years ago, she found one. He is a chef and they want to have a child together. But he, too, has a school-aged child, and they cannot afford to rent a place that is big enough. I'm not big on career things, she said, but I'm excited about being a mother and a wife and having the nuclear family. Children, eventually. The overwhelming majority of American women still want children, according to national surveys, and their ideal number, on average, is 2. The question is whether they will reach that goal as they age. Recent generations have. Ms. Bailey, the UCLA economist, compared 2 sets of women at the end of their childbearing years, older millennials who were born in 1981 and the youngest boomers born in 1964. What she found was surprising. There has been virtually no drop in the number of children born to women by the time they turn 44. In other words, those who delayed having children in their early 20s ended up having nearly as many kids as women before them. They just got there a few years later. That tracks with other statistics. Women in their early 30s now have the highest birth rate of any group. And in a significant reversal, a woman in her early 40s is now more likely to give birth than a teenager. That does not mean that Gen Z women, ages 14 to 29, will keep up the trend. Chiquisha Azuma, 31, a dental assistant in Arvada, Colorado, shows how these decisions can be unpredictable. Married for 6 years, she delayed having children because she wanted to make something for myself and my future children, after growing up in poverty in Indiana. In her 20s, she got dental training, but after a rejection from a competitive hygienist program, she and her husband, a manager at Safeway, decided to start trying. She had a baby in November. They both received paid parental leave under Colorado's family leave law, and she found a state-sponsored program with free diapers and wipes. We are comfortable and happy, she said. I want people to know it's not so hard. The kids, they don't care about the money. They only want your time and love.
What's up, CKJ3? Basically, the point of this article is that it's actually not the situation that you're describing that's driving the birth rate. It's women who are basically just out of high school. That age group, that young, late teenagehood, high school age to, up in their 20s, that birth rate is down like 30%. So, the cause of falling birth rates is not, women. Well, it is women waiting, but it's not exactly the scenario you're describing. Like they said, like this article just said, the majority of babies are born to women in their 30s now instead of 20s. And I think that's a good thing. And, tell your friend or your friends to keep trying. They'll find somebody. They may have to move. If they're living in a place where, there are a lot of women, like, Chicago, or you're in Cleveland, if you're in an urban area, there are a lot of women. If you come to Podunk, Georgia, where I live, you'll be snapped up. So, there are a lot of factors that go into that. What's up, Shara? Those are the women. I don't know that I agree with that, Brian. 30s is good enough to have children. It's somewhat more risky than in your 20s, but then you've also got to think about how medical technology has improved. Everything from, nutrition for younger kids to, natal care. It's so much better than it used to be. What I do think is that I guarantee you in 10 to 20 years, we're going to be asking for immigrants. Donald Trump is putting them all out now. I predict in 20 years, we'll be asking immigrants to come back reconsider. So that's the way it is. If you're only if the goal of most women is to have 2 kids, that's barely going to sustain a birth rate. So there is no solution. I think ultimately we're going to be reopening that southern border. And we're going to be handing out baby blankets at the southern border, trying to get some young people in here. What's up, dirty dude? So let's move on to the next story. So we've gone from birth age to my age. And this is a question I've been asking myself. And look at this, the Atlantic to the rescue. Is it aging or is it ADHD? And I've actually heard of late onset, old people, getting there's a term, I want to say it's late onset ADHD, but there's another term for it I can't think of. So anyway, I'm old and misplacing my keys and stuff like that. And according to this, it could be that, hey, it is you. It's just not what you think it is.
Tayag, published on the 25th of February, 2026. This audio article was produced by 11 Labs and NOAA, News Over Audio,
Hopefully it's not
using
dementia.
an AI
My mother
voice.
had it.
You can listen
Brian.
to more of the world's best journalism on the NOAA app or at newsoveraudio.com. Realizing that your brain is slowing down can be jarring. After the age of, say, 45, anyone might start forgetting names, misplacing items, or struggling to pay attention, and the onset of such symptoms can often prompt a visit to a doctor, if only to confirm a patient's hunch that the passage of time is to blame. Yet, as ever more of the United States' aging population enters the "what's happening to my brain" stage of life, many patients are asking a new question. Providers told me, "Am I just getting old or do I have ADHD?" In recent years, awareness of ADHD has spread dramatically. CDC estimates from 2020 to 2022 showed that roughly 11% of American children aged 5 to 17 had received a diagnosis. Now, many Americans in midlife and beyond have started to question whether their cognitive chaos really is just a symptom of aging. For at least some people, the answer might very well be that they have undiagnosed ADHD and that the symptoms are becoming too prominent to cope with. Because the condition manifests differently as people age, the answer can also be both. Historically, ADHD was closely associated with overactive boys, but global studies suggest that roughly 3% of people older than 50, which would translate to about 3.6 million Americans, are expected to have ADHD. David Goodman, an expert on adult ADHD at Johns Hopkins University, told me. Tensions persist around whether, in general, ADHD is overdiagnosed or underdiagnosed. But as awareness continues to rise among providers and the general public, diagnoses have been climbing in populations that were previously overlooked. The CDC reports that prescriptions for stimulants increased substantially among people in midlife from 2020 to 2021. Midlife can complicate the already tricky process of diagnosing ADHD, though. Adult ADHD was directly addressed in the DSM-5, the American Psychiatric Association's Handbook of Diagnoses, only in 2013, and it's barely touched upon in medical schools. So many providers don't think of it as a possible explanation for a patient's worsening condition, Goodman said. As I have written previously, the only clinical guidelines for diagnosing or treating ADHD focus on childhood, and the disorder can show up very differently across the lifespan. For example, what looks like physical hyperactivity in childhood may manifest as internal restlessness later in life. Few physicians are trained to treat adult ADHD, and even those who are might struggle to tease apart the disorder's symptoms from those of other health conditions that arise in midlife. The potential causes of declining cognition in midlife are numerous and frequently intersect. The shifts associated with normal aging can partly be attributed to the natural shrinkage of the brain and a decrease in the number of its neuronal connections. Mental and cognitive health consequences, similar to those of ADHD, can arise from psychiatric conditions that are prevalent in midlife, such as depression and anxiety. Mild neurocognitive disorder, a stage between healthy cognition and dementia that is common in people aged 65 and older, also has similar signs as ADHD, including missing appointments and frequently losing things. Crucially, people with MND but not ADHD tend to forget words and how to spell them. For some people, early-onset dementia or Alzheimer's disease may be behind the symptoms. Caregiving, physical ailments, and increased work responsibility, all hallmarks of midlife, can exacerbate cognitive issues caused by any of these factors. It can be tricky to rule all those things out. Dara Babinski, a clinical psychologist at Penn State who studies ADHD across the female lifespan, told me, middle-aged women are particularly difficult to diagnose with ADHD. That's partly because girls are less frequently diagnosed with ADHD than boys are, so many adult women live their whole life with the disorder without ever suspecting it. It's also because many middle-aged women are dealing with perimenopause, which comes with cognitive changes such as brain fog, trouble concentrating, and forgetfulness. The fluctuations in hormone levels that cause perimenopausal symptoms can also exacerbate ADHD by interfering with dopamine signaling in the brain. Brandy Callahan, a neuropsychologist at the University of Calgary who studies ADHD in older adults, told me, increased awareness of adult ADHD, thanks in part to social media, has led many women to seek help for their symptoms, Babinski said, and stimulant prescriptions have risen especially sharply among women aged 50 to 54. Still, the combination of hazy diagnostic criteria and overlapping symptoms means that many older Americans with ADHD very likely don't have a diagnosis. Even fewer are being treated, and so people may be having a worse
Well, I'll go ahead and stop this here. I think everybody pretty much gets the idea, but I do want to propose one thing. That could be one of the problems with all these all these panels, like, Angry Man and all those types of panels. Maybe those motherfuckers all have like some form of adult ADHD. Maybe that's why he's angry. So consider that next time you go to one of those panels. Walking to school kept me from riding shorty. Is that what you named those buses? What's up, Slick? Middle-aged women get good the old vitamin D, right, Brian? I am going to talk about this tomorrow because, again, this just came across my my phone. But this is another another fail by Trump's Justice Department. So Justice Department, under pressure from Trump, fails to build auto pin case against Biden. Prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington were unable to build a case, underscoring the department's increasing inability to follow through on the president's desire to indict his rivals. Oh, these guys are like 0 for 4, 0 for 5. I might just call an audible. I was watching Jason Stanley, an interview with Jason Stanley. He's the Yale professor who basically is a fascism expert. And one of the things about, these fascist, autocratic type governments is the incompetence, because loyalty is more important in these types of governments than competence is. And dude, Donald Trump's Justice Department is fucking competent. A lot of it, like in Minnesota, is they were just kind of overwhelmed with the caseload. But dude, these guys have failed to get indictments against Letitia James, James Comey, Adam Schiff, now Biden in his auto pen. Oh, this is hot. This is hilarious. The fucking incompetence is flowing out of that White House with all the gold. It's like Trump. Trump is so fascinated with the gold and the shiny objects and getting the drapes picked out for his new ballroom. His fucking Justice Department is just full of incompetence. Thank God the military can shoot straight. But I'm actually thinking that Hegseth will find a way. Probably the best part about the military is generally the leadership is merit based, so they're competent, so they'll be successful in spite of Pete Hegseth. However, the Justice Department is different because these are like really top-notch lawyers, and they have places to go. If they're gonna, working for the government in the first place is a pay cut. These people could be making, six-figure salaries, at some of these big law firms. So they have options other than the Justice Department. Black Bear, stop disrespecting fuck the president of the United States. Donald Trump is not a good president. Okay. The office of the president is basically being disrespected by the incompetence of the incumbent. And if you voted for this incompetence, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't think Donald Trump is a good president. And Donald Trump works for me, not the goddamn other way around, son. You need to get that through your head. He works for me, not the other way around. I don't owe him respect. I owe the office of the president respect. Dude, were you ever in the military? Obviously you weren't, because you sound like a raving lunatic. Look at this bullshit. Stop disrespecting the president of the United States. Jesus. I do think Shara, it would if they were competent, it would, it might be something you don't particularly approve of, but it wouldn't be a whole lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by the incompetence. Competent people, even if they're doing heinous shit, it's going to be orderly. So, yeah, you know what? You tell Donald Trump to start respecting Obama and Biden, and I might listen to you there, Black Bear. I know sure as shit you said some shit about Joe Biden. So don't give me that pious bullshit. MAGA is incompetent. Trump is incompetent. And I put out, you know what? Let me play this short that I did the other day. See, there you go. There you go. There it is. There it is. Let me play this short that I put out. I think it was yesterday, and it got a little bit of attention. It got a little bit of attention. Let's see here. Let me see, can I find it? Just give me 1 second. And this short is dedicated to you, Black Bear. I don't know if you might have seen it or not, but just know I had you in mind. I had you in mind when I released this short. Let's see here. Yeah, there it is. This one did pretty decent. It got 300 and some views. So let's go ahead and widen it out here so everybody can see it. Let me back it up a little bit. So this is called "If You Vote for a Racist, You Are a Racist." This is dedicated to the black bears of the world. Who gives a fuck?
November 13th, 1968.
Yeah, that was the end of that clip. So let me just comment on that. If you vote for a racist, you are a racist. It's as simple as that. So casting aspersions on 50% of the country, if half the country voted for racist Donald Trump, they are racists by definition. Aspersions or fact? If you vote for a racist, even if you don't agree with the racist point of view, but you agree because there's some policy issue that, you know, is
The link is
your,
posted there, Black Bear.
is your cup of tea, you're still a racist. Voting for a racist makes you a racist. Supporting a racist makes you a racist. Oh, wait, hold it. And I see Solid Snake is out there too. Yeah, this is dedicated to you too, Solid Snake. If you vote for a racist, you're a racist. And by the way, wait, hold it. You're about to curse my ass out. Dude, you can take your best shot. I bet I can out curse you. By the way, and I do mean everyone. If you think Joe Biden's a racist, then I voted for a racist. Therefore, I am a racist. But if you have heard me expound on race in America, you will have heard me basically say that it's almost impossible to be born in the United States and not be a racist. Being a racist might be the only colorblind thing in America. So, you know, that's my hot take on it. And I am very comfortable saying it. And I don't know if anybody could even out argue me on the point. I've thought long and hard about it, and I've said what I said. Everyone is a racist might be a little bit too far. I'm comfortable saying that American culture in particular, you have to work on not being a racist. It comes natural to American culture. And I'm ready to, you know, I think I can support that kind of argument. And let me put a personal invitation, because apparently pinning the link doesn't work anymore. Here is the personal invitation, the link for anyone who thinks they can actually curse me out on my own panel and not be embarrassed, because I'm good at it, folks. No, it is not human nature, Solid Snake. That's what the racists in America have taught you to think. That is not true. Kids aren't born racist. They're taught the behavior generally by their parents, or you can watch TV and pick it up. So everyone's a racist. It's human nature. Nah, I don't think so. So let's see, what else have we got here? I do have one or two other stories. Like I said, I'm going to talk about that Joe Biden thing tomorrow. And for all the folks who are McDonald's fans, and it's been years since I've been to McDonald's new Big Arch Burger is an ode to American excess. The newcomer goes big with 2 quarter-pound patties. They don't say beef patties, they just say patties, 3 slices of cheese, and more than 1,000 calories. And that's a picture of it. So who's hungry for that? The Big Arch is a burger for its times, which is not to say it's the burger for its times. 2 months after Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy flipped the old food pyramid on its head, encouraging Americans to eat more meat and cut way back on refined carbohydrates, McDonald's has introduced the country to a burger that at first sniff seems ready-made for the Make America Healthy Again movement and its many contradictions. The big arch groans under the weight of its ground beef, which is more than double the protein, which more than doubles the protein packed into a Big Mac, while eliminating the extraneous middle bun that often gums up the works of Mickey D's signature sandwich. So someone out there, if you're a McDonald's fan, human meat is extra. That's X. You know what? That might have to be a show title. Oh, that might be a show title. Human meat is extra dollars. Let me copy that down for consideration. Let's see here. So has anybody tried it, or does probably a lot of people in this audience don't really do a lot of McDonald's? Not many people here strike me as like McDonald's types. To me, it's more kids' food. So let me get this in there and credit it to Slick Rick. Before I forget it, I don't want my ADHD to make me forget who said it. All right, and then the last news story is, I'm surprised this hadn't happened already. So LA City Council declares the Brady Bunch house a historic landmark. I'm kind of surprised that it's not like a national landmark. Looking kind of shoddy now, but maybe now that it's a landmark, they'll go and refurbish it a bit. So let's listen to this.
Brady Bunch House declared a historic landmark by Jack Fleming. This article is read by an automated voice. Here's the story of how a seemingly nondescript home in the San Fernando Valley turned into an LA landmark. The LA City Council voted to designate the Brady Bunch House as a historic cultural monument on Wednesday, enshrining the Studio City mid-century as a piece of the city's history. Long before it became a pop culture pilgrimage site and backdrop for countless photo ops, the Brady Bunch House helped shape America's vision of family life in the late 1960s and early 70s, especially the idea of a blended family, said Adrian Scott Fine, president of the LA Conservancy. We're thrilled to see it now designated as a historic cultural monument, ensuring the Brady Bunch and their iconic home remain part of Los Angeles' story. The Los Angeles Cultural Heritage Commission unanimously voted to recommend the house, located at 11222 Dilling Street in Studio City, as a landmark on January 15. The Planning and Land Use Commission approved the designation a month later, sending final say to the City Council. I look forward to seeing this memorialized in the appropriate way as part of San Fernando Valley television history, Councilmember Aideen Nazarian said during the planning meeting. The landmark status protects the home from demolition, but doesn't prohibit it. If the owner ever wants to destroy the home, the Cultural Heritage Commission can delay the process for up to a year to find preservation solutions. The commission also gets more oversight on proposed alterations. The Brady Bunch was filmed in a studio for the entirety of its iconic run from 1969 to 1974. So how does a house that was merely for exterior shots wind up as a landmark? Through painstaking renovations and a bit of reality TV magic. The house was built in 1959 by architect Harry M. Lendelius, who gave the contemporary ranch a shake roof, cathedral ceilings, and heaps of Palos Verdes stone. After starring in the show, the home became a symbol for Southern California's suburban, single-family charm. For decades, it was owned by Violet and George McAllister, who bought it for $61,000 in 1973. Once they died, their children sold it in 2018 for $3.5 million, nearly twice the original ask. The bloated sale price was the result of a bidding war, as offers poured in from TV enthusiasts and celebrities, including NSYNC's Lance Bass. In the end, cable network HGTV emerged as the winner. The channel had big plans for the property, announcing a $1.9 million remodel that would recreate the interiors exactly how they looked in the show. The entire process was documented in a 4-part miniseries titled A Very Brady Renovation. The show featured the actors who played the Brady kids taking sledgehammers to the interiors, while Property Brothers stars Drew and Jonathan Scott reshaped the living spaces. The final result was a near-picture perfect replica of the Brady abode. The floating staircase, the groovy orange kitchen counters, even the famous vase destroyed by a stray basketball during a famous episode. She always says don't play ball in the house. To make space for the throwback bedrooms, the crew added 2,000 square feet to the rear of the house, as well as a second story, which they hid from the street by lowering the foundation by a foot. The renovation nearly doubled the square footage, featuring 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms across more than 5,000 square feet.
Damn.
After the miniseries, HGTV took a bath on the sale. They flipped it for $3.2 million in 2023, $300,000 less than they paid for it 5 years earlier, and $2 million less than the asking price. The house was bought by historic home enthusiast Tina Trahan and her husband Chris Elbrecht, former chief executive of HBO. It came with a few Brady-themed furniture throw-ins, such as a green floral couch and credenza complete with a 3D printed horse sculpture. Fans still flocked to the house to take photos from the street, but Trahan and Elbrecht opened it to the public for the first time in November, offering a limited run of tours for $275. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I see Here for the Tea has a show called The Blood Moon, has everyone on their period. I'm like, oh, whatever. And Jason Johnson, he's basically saying that the Jasmine Crockett losing was an upset. I don't agree with that. I never thought she was going to win. I still think that what's his name is a better candidate for Texas. If it was almost anywhere else, I would probably feel otherwise. Like if this were, I don't know, California or Georgia or somewhere. But no, Texas, Jasmine Crockett. I don't see the state going for her. For several different reasons, which I won't get into. I could, but I might rile some people up, and I don't want to do that. I'm gonna, man, I am really not sure where I want to go. Give me a second to decide here. I had politics lined up, but I think I'm just gonna call an audio because I really don't feel like, doing anything that serious. So this is a lady that I follow, and her she's got almost 9,500 subscribers. This is called, her site is called Coffee No Cream. And I'll drop that channel because some of the ladies in the chat might be interested in this. Let me do this. Give me one sec here. Anyway, it's called Black Women Corporate America, episode 44. So we'll see what this is about. And if it's kind of boring, we'll go back to the politics. but I figured this might be worth hearing a little bit. Thank you, Black Bear. I'm sad you didn't come up to curse me out. Maybe next time. So, what? Go to Ichiku Park? What the fuck is that? You know what? I'm afraid to do something like that. If you're suggesting it, Brian, I'm wondering if I actually should. Let's see here. Give me one sec. Do a little bit of housekeeping here. Let me save this, and then we'll listen to this. See what she's got.
Know what you're talking about, and I've been doing this for a while, for a little minute here. Do your homework, first of all. Every organization is not the same, and every within an organization, every part of that organization is not the same. There are cultures, and then there are microcultures as well. What do you have to offer that organization needs? The more life experiences and professional experiences that you can get in the variety of different avenues and venues and organizations, the better off you'll be to chart your own path. In this day and age, you have to be on social media. You can establish yourself as a subject matter expert. That's not sending a signal that says, oh, they're getting ready to leave. There's a whole world out there that wants to meet you.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Coffee No Cream podcast. My name is Erin Braxton, and I am the host of Coffee No Cream. Here on Coffee No Cream, we are unapologetically dedicated to Black women, and we share what I like to call Coffee No Cream moments, those things that happen to us Black women in business and in life just because we are Black women. Today, we have a really, really nice treat. We have former Chief DE&I Officer Celeste Warren. She was the chief DE&I officer for Merck, a huge pharmaceutical company, for 10 years. She worked with Merck for 28. And Celeste just brought tons of information and expertise and knowledge and tips on how to navigate if you want to stay in corporate America. But we also talked about how she left corporate and she's doing her own thing. Now, I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. Celeste and I talked really, really well, and I wanted to keep it moving, but I do want to outline 4 buckets that we talked about over the course of the interview. And if you want to jump to the chapters, you can do that by clicking the links in the description. But let's just go over the 4 buckets of what we talked about. And this all makes sense because it's a continuation of things I've been talking about with guests, episodes prior that I've been talking about to you solo. So let's just start with bucket number 1. Bucket number 1 is doing your due diligence prior to entering an organization. Now, Elaine Merrill Brown and Rhonda Joy McLean, authors of The Next Little Black Book of Success, were on a couple weeks ago, and we talked about making sure you do your research when you want to come into an organization to make sure there's a right fit, that you're in alignment, that you get their culture. We didn't go into too much detail on that, but Celeste and I did. She really is going to share with you exactly how to do that research, how to look at the board of directors, how to look at what they're doing with philanthropic activities, how to talk to employees, how to get at people when you don't have a direct line into someone. So we talk about how to really research organizations. Super duper important. Bucket number 2, we talked about strategic networking. Now, I talked about this last week when I was talking about how to put yourself out there, perhaps on LinkedIn or in other avenues and venues when you have a job without screaming, I'm looking for another job. Okay. Celeste and I go over that. We talked about the importance of networking when I talked to Rhonda and Elaine a couple weeks ago. So there are ways to do that. Now, Celeste worked for Merck for 28 years, but she's also stepped out and she's doing her own thing. And there's a way that she prepared herself to do that. So great part of the conversation. Have a listen. Third bucket, we talked about interviewing. This is something that we haven't talked a lot about on the podcast. Interviews are so key, not just being asked questions, but asking questions. When you do the research and you've done your due diligence, how do you come in and show that you are the right person for this job? How do you use the interview to continue your research to make sure that you really want to work here? All right. To make sure that the vibe is right, the culture is right, you're in alignment with these people. Or if everything you've learned is maybe some bullshit and this is not the way to go. Okay. And finally, the fourth bucket that we talked about, and it's a continuation of what I said last week. Value. What is the value that you bring to the organization? All right. It's not just about, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. It's you bring value to an organization. When you come on board, you need to be able to articulate that. You need to be able to talk about that. You need to be able to sell that to whomever you're looking to employ you. Okay. So again, I think the whole interview is worth a watch, but those are the four things that we're going to go over that are the most important. If I'm going to categorize it, super on point with what we've been talking about over the past few weeks. Before we get into it, I want to ask you guys to please like, please share, please subscribe. I would love that. Share this with somebody who you think might need it. Leave me a comment. You know I love comments and I interact with you guys in the comments. I love it. Also, we have
I don't know. If anybody actually wants to watch this, because I actually appreciate her, kind of outlining what they're going to talk about. I might want to start doing that, to be honest. That kind of gives people an idea of how bored they might be, I guess. So you put a 1 in the chat if you want to watch this, and precedence will be given to Shara and the other ladies who may still be in the audience. And I'm sorry that Black Bear left us. I wonder why he left. I'm so sad. I was hoping he'd come up here so we could have a cursing contest. Well, I see no ones, therefore I will assume that no one wants to watch this. Let's see here. So guess we'll go back to the politics. All righty. So this first thing I'm going to show is called Conservatism is Not White. How can I resist? How can I resist watching something like that? Oh, I was about to address Kelvin's comment about although working in corporate, women who also work in corporate are a complete turnoff. Oh boy, I don't know about that. There is something about, maybe it's some weird like librarian, like the sexy librarian sort of thing. I've dated a couple women in the quote corporate world, and I kind of get a kick out of, hey, what's under that business suit that you're wearing? I feel exactly the opposite. They're just that's a conquest. And I like that taking that letting the hair down actually literally. To me, that's right up my alley. So maybe when you grow up, Kelvin, you'll understand what it's like. You'll understand what conquest is actually like. And you'll know when your first time, you'll get the idea. You'll know what it's like to be a man. So let's go ahead and hear what Jonah Goldberg has to say here.
Greetings, dear listeners. This is Jonah Goldberg, host of the Remnant Podcast, brought to you by the Dispatch and Dispatch Media. Very excited to have friend of the podcast back, Richard M. Reinsch the second. I did not really remember the second part, but it's here in front of me. He's the editor-in-chief of the Civitas Institute's Civitas Outlook. He was the founding editor of the really fantastic online magazine Law and Liberty, and he's held positions at the American Institute for Economic Research, Heritage Foundation, Before the Fall, Liberty Fund, etc. Reinsch's books include A Constitution in Full, Recovering the Unwritten Foundation of American Liberty, and Whittaker Chambers, The Spirit of a Counter-Revolutionary. Richard, welcome back to the Remnant.
Hey, thank you for having me.
I apologize. I never read your Whittaker Chambers book, and he's one of the guys. I did this "Who Was Leo Strauss" episode once, and people liked it. Maybe down the road we should do a "Who Was Whittaker Chambers."
Oh, that would be wonderful. No, that was 2010. And it was this ISI had this series of books on sort of foundational conservative thinkers, Wilhelm Rupke, Robert Nisbet, Ludwig von Mises, and others. And so I said, you need one on Whittaker Chambers.
Folks, before we go,
the response was,
looks like Lou Holtz has died. I was actually a big Notre Dame fan there back in the day. So he's gone at 89. So I will talk about it tomorrow.
The Santana House book was so good.
It was good.
Why would we? I said, well, someone
by the
put
way,
together.
Before, since they mentioned Leo Strauss, is anybody in this chat currently interested in knowing more about Leo Strauss? Anyone? Let me know. Because I have that episode. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But if you are into, the Claremont Institute and the Federalist Society, that sort of thing, knowing who Leo Strauss is kind of important.
The writings that he had were not thick and voluminous, but what you had was really good stuff. And so distilling that would be a service. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that collection. Was it Notes on the Roof or something? What's it called? Did you ever read? I mean, again, for listeners, you should know we were just chatting like two old ladies around the village well before the thing started about conservative stuff, and so we're still in that mode. And I'll try to professionalize this up in a second. But did you ever read the last piece Sidney Blumenthal wrote for the New Yorker as a staff writer before he joined the Clinton administration?
I did not know.
It was basically loosely review-ish about the Tannenhouse book, but he used it as a broader argument to make the case that basically modern conservatism and anti-communism in particular, these were all just window dressings for the closeted homosexuality of the American right. And I'm exaggerating and distorting a little bit, but not a lot. It's been a while since I read it, but I remember I wrote about it for National Review. I was gobsmacked when I read the thing. It was such bad faith and grotesque. But anyway.
I guess that's a way of saying we're like German fascist generals, many of whom are homosexual or something.
That's right.
Or tying into that energy.
Yeah. In secret at National Review, we all wore leather onesies and danced around or something. I don't know. All right. So you had a great piece for commentary, and this is a good gateway to the conversation. Now that I've gotten my dropping leather onesie out of the way. Very near and dear to my heart in terms of how I see things and the project ahead. You had a great piece called Against Grievance Politics. The case for conservatism is as strong as ever. Why don't we just sort of just run us through it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I had the idea for the piece actually listening to the commentary podcast. Several months ago, Matthew Comnetti said something that I had not thought about, which was sort of the learning of many conservatives at the end of the Nixon presidency was that we needed to return to principles. And that, what Nixon had done was not unlike what Trump had done. He ran as a populist, the famous Nixon Hard Hats coalition. defending America, defending law and order, patriotism, linking up with, formerly Democratic voters or currently Democratic voters. And this was sort of in the air. And that kind of resonated with me because I wrote a piece one time about Bill Buckley's brother, the sainted James Buckley, in his first Senate campaign for New York. He kind of did something very similar. And you can go and look at his old TV ads on YouTube, and they make sort of this populist law and order pitch throughout the state of New York. And, Nixon runs as a populist and wins, but then governs in all sorts of strange ways and does not govern in anything like what the conservative movement as it existed then had really talked about in terms of economics, right? He emphasizes wage and price controls, builds the environmental and regulatory state, adds to the regulatory state, takes us off the gold standard, all sorts of things like that. And then you have, Watergate, and then you have the Ford presidency coming on the heels of that. And I think conservatism sort of, looks at itself and says, well, what are we about now? We're bred in the deer. How are we going to rebuild? And then I was also reading Continental's chapter, the Prairie Fire, from his book, The Right. And you could see the remnants being pulled back together in that sort of low point. And it centers around what we could now call supply side economics, but was then sort of this idea that had emerged. Robert Mundell, Art Laffer, among others, but then also Jude Wanniski, famously Wall Street Journal editorial writer, and meeting with each other and sort of putting these ideas together. Alongside that, there was something in Richard Newhouse at the time, still a Lutheran pastor, and Peter Berger, a sociologist, who go on to found the great journal First Things. And they're saying, well, we have individualism running amok in our culture, but it's also being promoted by welfare state policies as well. We have to think about the family and the neighborhood and religion and sort of the relational person, the thing that Tocqueville talks about in Democracy in America. All these things that are sort of the antidote to the egalitarianism of a democratic age and culture. And then the third thing that came to mind is this great book on Ed Meese, Reagan's Attorney General, who has just been reinserted in a way into conservative debates. And Ed Meese, this book about Ed Meese, called The Meese Revolution, is how he put together originalism within conservative legal culture, which at the time sort of lacked an anchoring ballast, and made originalism, put it front and center as the way in which conservative judges and then conservative legal academics and then what became the rising legal subculture in the Federal Society would operate on. And you look at all these things and it says to me, that's a conservatism of self-government, of economic opportunity. And those are foundational principles that set conservatism up for great success in the 80s and 90s. And now we run away from them. And we think they're weak. We think they've done nothing but conserve liberalism. And the other insight that...
Okay, well, the reason is conservatism failed. Okay, what this young man doesn't seem to understand is things that work flourish and continue. It did not work that way.
That kind of came to me was from your AEI colleague, Nicholas Eberstadt, on the means-tested entitlement culture explosion in this country over the last few decades. And it just sort of coalesced in my mind that really what J.D. Vance and others supporting him are really doing is they aren't restoring it.
What dude doesn't understand is Clinton was president for most of the 90s. What conservative dude? Newt Gingrich basically lost his seat because they went after Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton remained popular throughout the impeachment. Bill Clinton was actually more popular, if I recall, after the impeachment than he was before the impeachment. Somehow or another, Al Gore couldn't beat George Bush, and it was close. It came down to a Supreme Court decision. But see, this is what guys like this will do. They'll gaslight you. Oh, the conservative success through the 80s and the 90s. The fuck are you talking about? George Bush Jr. was a one-term president with the Gulf War. Dude. Oh, man, these guys will gaslight you.
Economic self-governing agenda, freedom agenda for American citizens that conservatism has been built on, but they're actually accepting the entitlement means-tested culture and sort of building on that in a way, a future conservatism that will be predicated on telling you you really can't be a free and independent citizen. You're actually going to need the government to help you in a lot of ways because you've been victimized. And it seems like this is a core part of Vance's messages. So many people have been victimized by the deep state, by war, by corporations, and he is here to sort of navigate and negotiate for you. And that all sort of came together, and I thought I should try to write about this to remind people what this was all about to begin with, as opposed to the caricatures that we hear so frequently. And quite frankly, from a lot of younger people on the right who don't know the history, don't know the books or the ideas, but are very confident in these pronouncements they make.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of thoughts on this. One, I made a similar point about a month ago. Ross Douthat had that column trying to predict the different ways the American right could go, and basically almost all of them, I mean, he to his credit, Ross is a really smart guy. He was like, we don't know. But like, he didn't really have a lane for anything like a conservative restoration. And there was a lot of straight line projection stuff going on. It was like, well, if Vance gets the mantle, it'll become this. If Rubio gets the mantle, it'll become that. But the assumption was the mantle was something that everyone would want, and that the direction would still be Trumpy, just in some, we just couldn't be sure which facet of Trumpism. And I was like, well, go back and look at Richard Nixon, his administration ended, and we did not get more. I mean, like,
here, what's up, Speak Radio? Well, let's have a look at this. This happened today? Huh. Well, let's have a look at this. Marine Corps veteran. I've heard of he before.
The reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows you exempt
Oh, shit.
as leaders. This is wrong. No. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. Reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Sir, thank you for your service.
The senator broke his hand. The senator broke his hand.
He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots. You won't even look back. Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you four-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Eyes front, robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys. What did I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Okay, good. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, Harry, can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, if you open clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways. Clear the hallways, please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. Tell the police is doing that. Please clear the hallways.
Oh my God. What happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why are you getting arrested?
Palestine, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
And what about this war in Iran?
Oh my God.
His arm.
Ah, fuck, my arm is fucking broke. What are you gonna do to him? My left arm is broke. I understand. Don't fight.
Oh my God. Oh, you guys, come on.
I need you to move. You need to stop. Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you, not for him.
They broke his arm.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. It's totally broken.
Oh man.
Please, can you get him some kind of medical attention?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are. It's great.
My arm before you sit down. Y'all step back, please. Please move
Can we
back.
get
Keep
him
this
some
walkway
medical
open.
attention?
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
Okay. Would y'all just move aside then? That way people can still like.
Josie, what happened?
We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting the hearing, and they broke his arm.
Why did he interrupt the hearing?
Because there is a war in Iran, and our military brothers and sisters are going to die for Israel, and we are here to say no. We do not support Israel. We do not want to die for Israel. Stop the war in Iran right now.
And what did they do?
Well, I have mixed feelings about this. Don't resist arrest. You can interrupt the hearing, but when they ask you to leave, leave. I think that wearing your Marine uniform does not give you the right to be that disruptive. And most Marines probably know that, hey, when they ask you to leave, leave. So Speak Radio, hit the link if you've got commentary for it. But, now a senator, why the senator was involved in that scuffle, that is problematic. Don't know why he would be. Let the cops do their job. But that's really the only comment I have. And Speak Radio put the let's see, all because he doesn't support the Israel or the war. Well, like I said, look, there is such a thing as civil disobedience, and I think he could say what he wants to say, but when they ask you to leave, I mean, he was resisting arrest. The problem I do have is the civilian senator should not have been involved. Why he was out of his seat, I have no clue. Cops could have handled it without him. So let me add this link to the show notes right quick. And again, the link is pinned. Anyone who wants to come up, especially if you want to comment on this, because I'm about to go back to the original programming. Hippie goat. That's an interesting. That's an interesting handle.
Him.
They pulled him out, got his arm trapped in a door, broke his arm, tackled him to the ground. It was a very,
I don't know that I don't
situation.
know that I agree. I'm not sure I agree with that, Speak Radio. And remember, I'm a Navy veteran. I think that, put up a little bit. Yeah, you might want to, turn around and keep yelling, but I think he did too much. And sometimes when you do too much will happen to you. So you're not going to get the senator should not have been involved. That's beneath him and not his job as a senator. That part I agree with. I don't think you give him grace. You can't go around. Look, Just because you're wearing a Marine uniform does not give you carte blanche to interrupt the people's business. Okay. It's the people's business. The Marine got his hearing, he got on camera. The resisting part, it's not his job to do that. What's up, Queen?
Oh, nothing. How you doing?
Pretty good. You're all recovered from last night?
No, I'm still pissed off.
I watched I had fallen asleep and then I woke up hearing you and Big J, and then I was kind of in and out, but
Yeah.
I could sense your displeasure.
Oh yeah, I'm not happy at all.
Yeah, I am concerned. What happened in Texas with people not being able to vote? They changed the law or something?
So the Republicans in certain counties changed the way that people vote. So generally, you can vote wherever in the county that you live in. They
Mhm.
changed it in certain counties. So in Dallas
So they
County,
do they have wards? Like they
Mm.
split up the county and you know, if you live in the first ward, you go to the first ward polling place? Like
Yeah,
that?
something like that.
I see.
It hasn't been like that in decades. So
And they
most
didn't
people
communicate it.
huh?
They didn't communicate that?
They did, but I don't you know Texas is big. So I don't think that they were able to get that messaging out to all of the people because the number of people that showed up on election day was crazy. So in addition to them having such large numbers, they had people
Right,
showing up
yeah, yeah.
to the precincts that they normally show up to vote and getting turned away. And then they
Mhm.
had precincts that had Republican voter machines, but no Democratic voter machines. It was a lot.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was a lot. It was a lot going on. And so because of these things, um they petitioned the court to extend the hours in Dallas County. And the
Mhm.
judge did, but Ken Paxton contacted the Texas Supreme Court and told them he wanted them to overturn it. So they put a stay on it. And then they told them that they could not count any of the votes that came in after 7 o'clock, which didn't make any sense because if you are in line at 7, then you get to vote. So because they told them that they could extend the lines to 9, it became a question of, well, who was here at 7 and who is not, whose vote not gonna get counted. So I don't know how they figured that out, but they was told to put those votes to the side and it went from there.
Yeti's complimenting you on your stream last night.
Thank you, Yeti. I appreciate it.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I was looking, damn, you know, I look at so many things in a day that I don't necessarily use on the show. And my ADHD apparently is kicking in.
Yeah.
My what is it? My elder ADHD. But what I looked at basically said, look, you know, the way the United States is now, but I actually think it's always kind of been this way. The Great Migration is a good example of it. You know, if you live in a place and you just like, dude, you know, this state is just a horrible place to live. And Texas came up. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if you are looking to relocate or you live in Texas, you know, this guy's like, you know, if I had a young daughter, I would not want her to live in Texas because of, you know, the abortion in the right to life, you know, type uh laws. And I've heard horror stories about, you know, somebody, you know, who, you know, some woman just practically has to go septic before they will, she's had a miscarriage, or there's the threat of a stillborn child, and they will not give her the medical procedure because you got to go through the courts and all this stuff. And the woman practically has to be like, she has to develop sepsis practically
Pretty
before
much.
she, yeah, it's got to be like life threatening. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
they done had several
crazy.
women die. Hundreds of women done died in Texas already.
Yeah, so he's like, well, you know what? I would not want her to live in Texas because, there's always that risk. Pregnancy can be dangerous. And things of that magnitude. You're going to a voting precinct and it's set up for Republicans only. I mean, who wants to live in a state like that? And then
Right,
I
it's
heard that,
crazy.
yeah, I heard like for the first time in quite some time that, Democrats they turned out
Outvoted
more than
Republicans.
Republicans did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they think that they finna get that same turnout come November, and they not. They're not. White folks is on this app begging me
Mhm.
to vote for Tallarico. No. As far as I'm concerned, the Republicans can keep this in the seat. They can have it.
Well, I actually thought he would probably be a better candidate in Texas than what's her name, Jasmine Crockett would be.
But that's the problem.
Texas is not ready for Jasmine Crockett
And that's
not
the problem.
statewide.
That's
Right.
the whole entire problem. So since Texas don't know how to make good decisions for themselves, then the Republicans can keep the seat as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I
Because
think if Ken
voting for who can
Paxton,
win is
they're
bullshit.
they're actually saying that, Cornyn, if he doesn't get Donald Trump's backing, and Ken Paxton is just he's got more he's got more personal problems than, probably Bill Clinton and personal problems than Bill Clinton and Donald Trump combined. I've heard I've heard like his wife, didn't his wife want him impeached or something like that? It was
Yeah, because he
some
was
god
cheating on
awful.
her. And then he got somebody to hire the woman that he was cheating on her with in a political position.
So but he, regardless of that, he was able to basically uh take Cornyn and put him in a runoff situation.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question though. I understand there were only two candidates in that primary, right? Two Republicans.
No, it was 3. Wesley Hunt was
Oh,
up
okay.
there.
Oh, that's right. That he got such a minuscule amount. I forgot he was even in the race.
He didn't have a snowball chance in hell. But I think he was there to run interference for Cornyn against Paxton.
Really? Well, it's gonna be interesting. I think Cornyn will probably win, but I still think Talarico, I think he can beat Cornyn, especially if Donald Trump doesn't primary or doesn't endorse him.
Well, he's gonna have to um he's gonna have to energize the base. And right now with black folks, Tallarico is in a hole.
Yeah.
Black folks are none too happy with him right now
Mhm.
because of the way that he ran his campaign and a lot of stuff that he was doing that really is hypocritical and against the message that he was putting out. And the fact that when that stuff went on, he had nothing to say. And you being a Democratic nominee should have had a issue with what they were doing at these polls to these voters.
Oh, he didn't say anything about it?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so like it's a lot of black folks that are like, we not voting for him. Like
Oh,
we'll
wow.
vote down ballot, but we're not voting for him. Now all of a
Oh.
sudden, white people want to talk about identity politics. It is a large percentage of y'all that voted for him simply because he was white. And now y'all want to lecture us because we said we not voting for him about how we need to. No, we cool on it. We good. Y'all figure it out.
Yeah, well, I have been reading a lot, like brushing up in some cases, or just outright learning about this argument on the right, especially on the right. There's a big liberalism, capital L liberal
Yeah.
argument right now. You've got people like Patrick Deneen saying that liberalism is dead. You got a whole bunch of people, MAGA type people especially, but I think the DSA, the Jacobin crowd on the left is kind of saying the same thing. But my point being, these guys have for years, especially the classical liberals, the Jacobin types, plus the Reason magazine types, dude, they have been talking about identity politics, but they don't have, they keep talking about politically correct. But when you actually say what you're calling identity politics, the real politically incorrect term is your race. You're a racist. Okay. What
Pretty
you're
much.
saying, yeah, and I put out a short today. If you vote for a racist, you're a racist. And it
Yes.
doesn't matter whether you're black, white, it doesn't matter. And it's hard not to be a racist in the United States. The culture is racist. You have to work hard not to be a racist. And then, people like Solid Snake will go, well, everybody's racist. Racist is the human condition. No, that is not the case. Separating out differences, but, you can be different. The prejudice doesn't have to be about race. Race didn't exist as we know it before, let's say the 15th, probably the 15th century, maybe a little earlier than that. The idea, children get taught race in America. It's not, they don't come out of the womb
Right.
knowing, what race is, because it's not even biological. So anyway, I'm kind of wandering off here, but I understand what you're saying. Texas has a huge problem.
It
And the
does.
South in general has a huge problem. But I don't know, to me, and I've never lived in Texas. I've flown over Texas. I've been to the Houston airport, a couple times. That's my experience in Texas. But I just get the idea. And Georgia's kind of the same way, but not. Oddly enough, I think Texas, because it's way bigger, I think Texas is actually like almost geographically segregated. Like black people live in certain parts of Texas and not other parts. In Georgia, believe it or not, when I was growing up in Georgia, it was kind of like that. There were places like Forsyth County, right in
Yeah.
that Lake Lanier area where
Yeah.
blacks had been driven out of there, like, back in the 1910s, 19aughts, 1920s. However, that same place, Forsyth County, Georgia, Cumming, Georgia, is the county seat. Rich black athletes live there now. It's like these rich black athletes, Atlanta Falcons, those sorts of Atlanta Hawks. Those people own the damn county now. That is karma. The black people are way richer than the white people who grew up there.
Right.
So there's really not many places in Georgia that black people don't at least have some sort of a presence. Even down in the Golden Isles in South Georgia, right on the Atlantic, places like Brunswick.
Yeah.
No, dude, that the Ahmaud Arbery case, is a good example of no, you can't get away. You can't get away with that racist shit even in places like the Golden Isles and Brunswick and places like that.
They play
So
dirty ass politics in Texas. I'm talking about it's so
yeah,
bad.
yeah, I'm getting that impression.
It's so bad. It is so bad. And I mean, as far as Dallas County go, I do got to put some of the onus on the people because y'all already know what these folks finna do. I don't know why so many people would wait
Mhm.
until election day to go vote. I don't know why.
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah. They had mail-in voting, right?
no, but early voting started, so they could have voted early.
I
Why
see.
wait till election day, knowing how dirty these Republicans are? You know they gonna do something crazy.
Well, I mean, voting is kind of a chore. So,
It's even more of a chore on election day. I was, it, let me see. When Obama got in office, I think I was still there.
mhm.
Those lines was I'm so happy I voted early and I didn't have to stand in them lines. Some of those polls did not. The polls closed at 7, but people were still standing in line at 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
Ridiculous. So I don't
Well,
know.
Georgia, they'll try and do that in like Fulton County in Georgia.
Yeah, yeah, because it's a predominantly.
Anton,
Mhm.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Anton, no, you're absolutely wrong. And by the way, because I actually won't get to it today.
Mhm.
This idea that you can just, if you don't talk about race, race is just not going to be a thing. No, most people ain't buying this rah 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 race shit anymore. Unfortunately, it will come back and bite you in the ass. Just ask Ahmaud Arbery, and I can think of 1,000 different cases. Uh, Most people may not be aware of it, but like that short that I released early this morning, most people don't even know what a racist is. Race in America is still a thing. Okay, whether you want to pay attention, whether you
Sure.
want to pay attention to it or not, or whether you're learning about it in school, it's kind of like roaches. They'll be in your wall and you won't know until it's too late. So yeah, you can fool yourself into thinking race in America isn't a thing. Just because people aren't talking about it doesn't mean it's not there. And this is one thing that I'm 100% sure of. I don't even brook the bullshit argument that race isn't a thing. You can take that shit to CT's channel or somewhere like that. Race is alive and well in these United States. And if you don't believe me, ask President Trump. The shithole countries and all that sort of stuff. Dude, race is more than just black and white. And, apparently people think that the only race stuff in America is black and white.
Hell no,
It
they
is.
eating the cats and dogs. All that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, that was that was so damn racist. It was hilarious. So I understand that you want to wish it away, all that wishcraft. Ooh, if you don't think about race. If we don't teach our kids about race, it's gonna magically disappear. Dude, you know nothing about the South. Dude, they basically they're voting rights acts before the Supreme Court right now because Louisiana doesn't want to create another black district. And then, what the Supreme Court has done over the years is they've learned to mask race behind politics because blacks vote so overwhelmingly Democrat. So you can basically substitute Democrat and still make a racist argument, but if you don't mention race, they can't they can't legislate against it. So they have conditioned Americans to look at at what a law says And America has been trained to ignore racist outcomes. Okay. Ooh, we'll write a law, and if the law doesn't discriminate based on race, the outcomes are an act of God. Yeah. Um, Again, they are training our kids in places like Florida. They don't even teach. They don't teach this shit. And that's why you get Ahmaud Arbery's. That's why you get George Floyd's. That's why you get, every now and again, it'll be something so fucking racist that even people like Brian Nichols will have to go, that's racist.
Right.
So, so and look, and this is the other thing. So Brian's talking about anti-whiteism. Dude, what is that but race? You do realize when you start going, well, white men are the most oppressed, that's a racial argument. So the bullshit about race not being a thing in America, dude, you just had the vice president say you don't have to be ashamed to be white anymore. What is that but a racial argument? These guys, they have trained American kids not to even understand that aspect of American culture, and we are the poorer for it. You get these racists like JD Vance just saying nakedly racist shit. And people just go, oh, well, if you're talking about white people, it's not racist. Yeah, it is.
This is crazy.
Anton. So the Floyd grift, there's a cop in jail for life over the quote grift.
Look,
So, are you
I'm
saying
not.
Derek Chauvin is in jail because of a grift? I beg to differ.
People saying stuff like, I'm not interested in voting for Tallarico with all the negative texts I received from his campaign against Jasmine.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. People keep I don't know what it is. And I honestly think that training kids not to read is part of the it's just going to be my personal conspiracy theory. If you can't read, then you can't read about American history. So anyway, back to Speak Radio's post that he dropped from X. That same Senate committee, apparently, somehow or another, it moved to committee to the floor. U.S. Senate fails to pass war powers resolution to limit Trump's use of military force in Iran. So, that's just basically the Senate doing tacit approval. They're just abdicating their power. They're like, hey, you know what? Let's just let President Trump do what the fuck he wants with the military. Let's not even bother with the Constitution. What are you going to do? I can tell you right now that this is just one more thing that's going to add to the chances that Republicans lose both the House and the Senate. To me, this is irresponsible. Let's see. Hot take. I see cohorts of white men complacently get on with life and not assert their privilege daily. It's quite interesting seeing as so many so-called minorities are excelling naturally. That's one way to think of it. Another way to think of it is white people don't have to be aware of their privilege. It's not like something that you wear on your sleeve or, it's not like a birthmark. The white privilege is basically built into the culture. You may not even be aware of the privilege. Okay. The privilege is being able to walk into some store and not be followed around because you might shoplift something. It can be something as mundane as that. That sort of argument I don't even trifle with. The white privilege is there. um, the white privilege is, hey, if I show up on the campus of Harvard as a freshman, there will be people who think, well, he got in, via DEI or, some special program or something like that. That is actually one thing that I kind of agreed with Clarence Thomas on, but for a different reason. I think affirmative action and programs like that are necessary. But what happened is over the decades, these programs were allowed to be stigmatized. So, Clarence Thomas being the pessimist he is, unfortunately, he's right. So, as a matter of fact, my son being at Georgia Tech, I was like kind of secretly glad that they did get away with affirmative action. Nobody can say, "Hey, you're an affirmative action," you know, um, affirmative action admission, because there is no affirmative action. So, sometimes, bad things can work out for the best. But as I said, oh, Chauvin, miscarriage of justice. Well, you and I'll just have to disagree on that. Anton, it's not even something I'd bother following up. The jury spoke. It was a jury of his peers. I happened to watch the trial. Because I'm retired, I get to do things like that. No, it wasn't a miscarriage of justice. I have no doubt that what happened. The miscarriage of justice is that these cops fucking did all that. Basically, the dude died for a counterfeit $20 bill. That's the miscarriage of justice. Derek Chauvin gets to live even if it's behind bars. Unfortunately, George Floyd does not.
It's crazy the way that people put value on human life. It's ridiculous.
Well, they'll go well, oh, he was a bad guy, but they won't. They'll stop short of going, well, he was a bad guy, he deserved to die. They'll stop
Right.
just short of that. But what they're actually thinking. I wish somebody would just be honest and say, hey, he was a bad guy, he was a drug addict, he just deserved to die. At least that would be refreshing. Just come out and admit it.
Right. Like, stop playing. We know what you're saying.
Miscarriage of justice.
Oh, miscarriage
Jury
of justice. You stand on somebody's neck for 9 minutes. The hell you talking about?
Yeah, that was a little bit. Captain David Dorn. I have no idea. What David Dorn. No idea what that means. If the glove don't fit, bullshit. Yeah, I think you're kind of conflating some things there, Anton. So anyway, do you still vote in Texas?
No, I was over here calling everybody and making sure they took their behind out there and voted. I keep my eye on Texas politics in case I move back.
I see.
Because that's where
Well, do you
all
want?
my
Do
family
you
is.
even?
That's where I grew up.
Mhm.
So it's a
Do you
chance
even?
I might go back, but I don't know. Not. This done piss me off.
Do you even want to go back?
I mean, aside from the political stuff, Texas is a pretty decent place to, well, it used to be, because, like, it seemed like a lot of stuff done fell out. Like, when I was in high school, Texas was always in the top 10 of the state's education. And now it's far
Really?
from that. Yes. The education in Texas is great. Matter of fact, when I got to Georgia and I seen Georgia's education system. I said, hell no, I'm not putting my kids in these schools. No, thank you. I was homeschooling them because of the education I got in Texas. Now it does not look the same. So
I don't know. I live in a small town, not too far outside of Atlanta. My son went to the local high school and well, shit, he got into Georgia Tech.
well, um, I'm not from Georgia, so the only thing I had to rely upon are the
Well, where were you? Were you at Fort Stewart down in Hinesville, that
I was
area?
in Fort Stewart and I was in Fort Gordon.
Well, Fort Stewart, I know Fort Stewart, that Hinesville area, I would probably be a bit concerned. That's Hinesville, and I forget what else is. I think Hinesville. I think they go. At least when I was a kid, they used to go to Hinesville schools. If they didn't go to school on base, I don't know. It's been decades since I've been aware
Yeah,
of
they
what
had
they
to go
do.
to the school in the city because they didn't have no schools on post.
Yeah, yeah.
They started phasing out
Fort
post school.
Stewart, I'm sorry, Hunter, which is it's an Army Air Base. It used to be an Air
Yeah,
Force base. When my father
Savannah.
was in the Air Force. Yeah. The
Mhm.
Spanish schools aren't bad. I don't know where the Hunter kids go. Um, but
All I know is I was looking at the rankings of the school district. Most of the districts in
I see.
Georgia was ranking C's and D's.
Eh,
I was
I
like,
think
oh hell no.
I think if you can, keep your kid in the AP classes, they'll be okay.
Well, they was in elementary school, so
Oh, I
in
see.
elementary school, you need to learn how to read. And I'm not putting it. Hell no. And then when we
Uh,
moved to where we moved, where were we? In Augusta.
mhm.
When we moved to Augusta, I still was homeschooling my children, but I was active with the school district. I would go out there and
Mhm.
try to get people to go to the school board meetings and all of that type of stuff because I'm like, if y'all go participate in these schools, the schools will be better.
Well,
But
I'm believe me, um, I think my wife and I might have briefly talked about homeschooling, and I'm like, nope. I, you just pay attention to what's happening at school. I'm not a big advocate of homeschooling. It's just not my thing. And the people that I have known, and it's mostly been white people, do educating, doing the homeschooling.
mhm,
Their kids, I always worried about socialization. And I think things are better now than say, even when my son's, he'll be 20 in June. Maybe it's where I lived, but I know homeschooling when I was a kid, it was not a thing, black or white. Most people
yeah,
actually wound up going to the schools.
yeah,
I couldn't imagine homeschooling my son. I don't number one, I don't have the patience. It's like if you don't pick it up, I'll give you 2 times to pick it up. And if you don't pick it up, if I have to keep telling you the same shit over and over, you
yeah,
know, I'm just not built like that. And it was but as it turned out, I mean, he was pretty bright. So, I always kept up with his schooling. And then I also kind of knew that, hey, if you don't like when he went to high school, my
mhm,
sister and I basically met with the guidance counselor and I told her what my expectations were. I expect him to go to an Ivy League school. What can we do to make this happen? So every year, before the school year, my sister's a retired teacher. We would
mhm,
go meet with the guidance counselor. We were on a first name basis. We'd be meeting and we'd be, this is what we expect, you know. So I was, because I'm retired, I had time to be extremely involved.
right.
Um, I know working, younger parents probably don't have that time. And if you have time to homeschool, and you have that patience, and
Yeah,
all
I
this
did.
stuff, yeah,
I was a
all
stay-at-home mom. But I
right,
do not recommend it for everybody. It's a lot of work, and yes, it does
right,
require a lot of patience. Which is why
right.
I have so much respect for the teachers now, because you're teaching my child, and I am so happy that you're doing it, and I don't have to. They can get anything from me. They can call me and ask me for lunch. They gonna get it. But I would not in their early years. I wasn't sticking them in no Georgia school. I say, oh no, and especially because my son had autism, and he did not get diagnosed until he
Ah,
was 9. So,
right.
um, he spoke broken sentences until he was 9 years old,
Mhm.
and the way that I was able to correct that was forcing him to constantly read. Like, you have to read. I don't care that you don't
Right.
like it. You have to do it. And eventually his sentences started to correct themselves, because the interventions that he was getting from the speech therapist and that stuff wasn't doing nothing for him. And I was
Well,
like,
I can tell you right now, I've always been, not so much these days, but I would say up until I got married, at least, I was a heavy reader.
mhm,
Um, so even when I spell words, I can visualize, a word because I've read so much for decades. I can visualize, like, I see kind of the same words over and over and over for starters. When you read, dude, it's like a big spelling test. You see the same words over and over and over, especially if you're reading on a particular, subject. So I'm a huge fan of reading. Everything from speaking a correct sentence, sentence structure, spelling, all that can be achieved through reading.
yep.
That's why I like the Kindle so much, because you don't have to have a dictionary. All that is right in the Kindle. If I still come across words I've never heard of before. You just press on the word and you'll get a definition. So yeah, reading is really the best way to learn any language.
Yes, it was great. He learned how to read. I still make them read, especially when the summer break comes. Like, they got to read a book a week. They have to write me a book report. And they gotta do that throughout the summer, as well as the other things that I give them so they can stay sharp. Like, a lot of kids lose, stuff over the summertime. I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. Even when COVID
Uh,
happened, I didn't have any problem with them or the children whose parents dropped their kids off in my house. Those kids thrived because I made sure that they did their work. I made sure that they understood what they were supposed to be doing. I made sure that they did it. Whereas there were a lot of children that just got left behind at that time, which is sad.
Anton, I don't wallow in anything. Son, I retired at like 55. I got a son in like the third best engineering school in the country, behind MIT and Stanford. Maybe it's MIT and Caltech. Georgia Tech is like a top 30 university. I don't wallow in shit. Uh, I I take a back seat to no one. I'm more successful than pretty much any white person I know, let alone the blacks. So wallow, nah. I've never wallowed. And
What is he talking
just
about, though?
I have no clue.
Oh,
Just I think that just if you are kind of in the channels that say you and I go to all the time, Anton, because we run into each other and in other chats and on other shows. Look, I think if you hear the amount of the N word that's used, if you hear some of the bullshit about, you know, the indigenous black and all these cockamamie unproven theories that go around, I suspect that a lot of these black indigenous people who want to push that theory, they're just ashamed of a slave heritage. I think they are basically ashamed of being black. Um, if you pay attention to some of the shenanigans on these panels in this particular, you know, part of YouTube, it I don't know how you can deny how fucked up America is when it comes to race. The N word, you have to tell people, you have to tell black people not to use the N word. You do realize that even if a black person is using the N word, it's racist. You know, this notion that it's okay if a black word if a black person uses the N word. No, it's not.
Oh,
It's as racist as if
is-
a white
did
person says it.
did you go to sleep before the white man came on the panel?
I probably did. I would have remembered that. Hi.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm
Kimmy,
gonna
what's
turn
up?
that whole segment into content because that was ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Which white man was it? It wasn't Josh, was it?
No, it was some dude named Wiggy in real life.
What did he have to say?
He said he was from Kansas. He came up there smoking a cigarette, talking about he loved Trump because Trump dropped bombs on people and saying all kind of crazy stuff. And so I was like, "What did you? This is not the topic of this show. This is the topic. What do you have to add to it?" And I can't remember what I said to him. I asked him a question, and he said, "I don't understand what it is that you asking me." I said, "What?" Then he started talking about Obama, so I kicked him off the panel.
Well, all I have to say is that if you doubt that American culture is fundamentally racist, go up on shows like listen to Orthodox Guy. Listen to some of the shit that goes on channels like that. It goes on, dude. There was some dude from Eastern Europe up on RLM's panel last Saturday, and
Mm.
he and I locked horns like for hours. Dude, there was nobody up there checking him but me, because I think I'm one of these guys. It really doesn't matter when I say that American culture is fundamentally racist. I don't mean black people are immune to it. It is a culture thing, and anybody that's born into American culture, you have to work at not being a racist. Okay, because by default, and this is just my opinion, but by default, once you get up to an age, especially school age, and where you can start kind of understanding what's going on in media and TV and movies and stuff, there's almost no way you can't be a racist without some sort of intervention. And it's not, you know, this notion that, you know, it's human nature to be racist. That's bullshit. Race is not biological, and I think you could probably just a priori figure out that if it's not biological, how can it be human nature? So anyway, I think that black people using the N word is just as racist as white people using the N word. It's a term of endearment. I don't buy that. I don't buy that
Oh
hogwash.
wow.
And I discourage people using it on my panel. I've just gotten to a point, and I noticed that you know, Sharon tries to do that, but you know, the N word is really kind of like the cherry on top. Some of the notions that I hear black people talk about um, on some of these panels. I'm just like, where do y'all get this shit?
Mm-mm.
Someone the other day, and it was a show title. Let me see, can I find that show title? Hold on one sec here. I don't even remember. It was a quote. Did I delete it? No, it was basically it was last Saturday's show,
Mhm.
and it was titled, let's see here. You would think I'd be able to remember titles, but I do so many shows in a week. Let's see.
What's the type of guy? He's a gamer.
He's a content creator. I don't know if he does games or not. Oh, there it is. So it's the quote is ignorance allows for racism, but racism requires ignorance. And that's Sarah Lewis, who is a new discovery of mine. But she's been around for quite some time.
Mhm.
Basically, ignorance is the key. That is basically what allows, racism to flourish and
Mhm.
racists to kind of get away with stuff. And dude, I grew up in the deep South in the 70s and 80s and, touched the 90s, like 1990, in Savannah, Georgia, mostly. And I've known some racists. And half the time, one of the problems is that we don't know what's racist and what's not anymore. I released a short this morning basically saying that we're not teaching kids what racism and what a racist is, but the culture still allows for that sort of thing. So half the time people will give you a compliment, like, it'll be like, well, gee, you're so articulate, you don't talk like a black guy. Dude, kids aren't even raised to know that's racist as fuck. What is a black guy supposed to sound like? You mean a black guy can't speak proper English? That white guy sounds black. Well, that's racist too. You mean in 2026, a white guy doesn't get raised in the hood? Just silly stuff like that. And they're called microaggressions, maybe. Half the time we're not even educating our kids to know that some of this shit is racist. So I suspect that a lot of these young people on panels think it's okay to use the N word. Socially it may be, but I think in the end it's really not. But they're basically socialized to think that, oh, hey, I was told when I was a kid that it was a term of endearment. Okay, well, you know what? Then you have been socialized to accept that. But those of us who think they know better, at least, we know. We don't like using that word because it has a racist origin. And just because you use it as a term of endearment, that doesn't, that notion that Richard Pryor had way back, we taking that word back. Dude, throw that word away. And the problem is that now that, gee, it's a term of endearment, now you got white boys using it. RLM last weekend up on her panel, she was saying where she grew up as she thinks it's okay to say because she's Hispanic or Latina. I'm like, what? Who fucking told you this?
Who told her that?
Black people shouldn't be using it. Nobody should be using it. We should have evolved beyond that by now. And I didn't say anything because I was on her show, and she kind of let the old man be the old man. But no, I heard what she said, and I highly disapprove. We're teaching Latinos to use that using the N-word is okay? What on earth?
Who told her that?
Uh,
Somebody told her that?
you know what? I didn't explore it, but essentially she's saying, hey, in New York. I'm like,
Oh,
dude, you do realize that I honestly, now I'm being snooty when I say this, dude, if you didn't grow up in the South, you're not black. You don't know what it's really like to be black if you haven't spent some time in the South.
mhm.
Um, now that's just me being snotty about it. It's my prejudice.
I mean, I agree with that.
It's like out here, I have a bunch of friends, YouTube friends, out on the West Coast, and there've been some times, I'll hear them talk about, well, black people do this or that, or I'm like, what? Dude, y'all eat avocado toast. What the fuck? I firmly believe if you grew up on the West Coast, you you may have the heritage, but you don't have the I don't know, what would you call it, the cultural ways. You don't have that culture down. Why do you think there's an East
Even
Coast and a West Coast rap of, a dirty South? Because,
different cultures.
there are black cultures, plural,
Mhm.
not a black culture.
I remember when we was in Georgia, met a lady from Chicago. It was her first time down south. So she would
Mhm.
experience certain, little small things like she's going in the grocery store with her baby in the basket, and the woman don't open the door enough for her to get completely in, and the door slam on the basket with her baby in the cart and stuff like that.
Oh,
And
wow.
she's like, these people are ignorant. I'm like, girl, yeah, it's a form of ignorance. That's called racism, ma'am. No, it's not right. Oh, okay. Keep keep living. Hold on. And then she would experience other things. And one day she comes to my house. She's like, I think you're right. I think this is right there. I say, I've been in the
Well,
South all my life. I know the
but
difference between.
in that, that being true, especially in the younger people, and at my age, I consider people in their 40s young. Um, I think that, when I say that we're not teaching kids what a racist is or what racism is, we seem to think that if we ignore it, it's gonna go away. Um, some of these kids in their 40s and 30s, they have no clue what racism is, what a racist is. They have no idea what a racist act or racist sentiment. They have no idea. A lot of times it's accidental. And that's where the ignorance part comes in. You have no idea that you're even being racist. And, I, at least on YouTube panels, I either ignore it or don't bother going up on the panel.
Mhm.
But I'll hear people look, there's a lot of panels I don't go up on because, I tend to be a little disruptive on panels because if I think it's a dumb idea or if you say something dumb, depending on the mood, I'm gonna call you dumb. And that pisses a lot of people off.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
Spread nurture. I don't even know what that means, Anton. They are not looking to propagate spread nurture. No idea what that means. If your sentiment is, oh hey, you need to have a thicker skin and overlook racist behaviors, I'm not that guy. And part of our problem, no, I'm not gonna do a Shelby Steele and ignore it. Okay. There are books out there. If people want to be ignorant, that's perfectly fine. But if they're ignorant around me, I might just call them out on it. and I don't give a fuck if their feelings are hurt. I personally think, and this is just Stanley, I think black people should be smarter, the smartest people in the country on this sort of topic, because we have a heritage and ancestors that suffered because of it. Okay, I really find it egregious that, black kids are growing up in households and apparently this shit isn't taught or talked about. Um, Black people, should, and I know, I'm not saying we should be magic Negroes, but I am saying we should know more about this shit than just about any other minority or the majority in this country. And looking the other way, or this white dude has N-word pass. Fuck that. Black people shouldn't have an N-word pass, let alone some white guy. And if that's how you want to live, that's fine, but it's not how I have lived, and it's not how I taught my son to live, and I'm sure as shit not going to live that way, and it's damn sure not going to happen on my panel. If I'm up on another person's panel, I'm a little bit more reticent about calling it out depending on whose panel I'm on. But dude, I've pissed T off because I called her a racist. And she keeps going, I'm not a racist. And I keep going, yeah, you are. I listen to what she says. And once again, we're not teaching our kids what a racist is, what racist behaviors are, or what racism is. And shame on us for not doing it. But the culture is training black kids to ignore it. And people like Shelby Steele and Thomas Sowell are probably thrilled, but I'm not fucking Thomas Sowell. I don't think that highly of Thomas Sowell. Shelby Steele the same way. I respect them as elders. I respect that they have had a lot of influence, but I don't accept them as any sort of authority or moral authority on, race in America. I think they're too accommodationist. To be fair, there are black people who spend their entire lives and never hear someone speak proper English like Stanley. I don't think I speak English that proper. And dude, what do you mean they can go their whole lives? They watch TV, don't they? If you watch social media or TV or anything like that, I don't know how you can go your whole life and not hear somebody. And by the way, what does it fucking matter if it's a black person speaking proper English or a white person speaking English? English is English. English doesn't have a race. So, there's nothing saying that, you have to look to a black person to speak proper English. Therefore, I will speak proper English. You got a mind, use it. I also think, and I actually think I'm the least racist person that I can think of on YouTube. Who cares? Why black people who spend their lives and never hear someone, I assume you mean a black someone. Dude, don't wait on a black person to do it. If a white person, if you live in a white neighborhood, those are your peeps. Look, I was listening to Sharon this morning, and they were going on and on about Brownsville and Brooklyn, and they were essentially talking about street cred. If you moved away from Brownsville when you were 15, you're not really from New York. Fuck it, dude. Who gives a fuck? What is Brownsville? Who cares about Brownsville? Who cares about Brooklyn? What kind of dude, y'all are glorifying the hood? Dude, fuck all that. most Black Americans who identify as, like, what I'll call legacy Black Americans, most Black people don't live in the hood. That's what people don't seem to understand. The culture has been glorified, so even people who live in the burbs want to, kind of mimic the behavior. Most Black people don't live in the hood. Oh, is it Brownsville is completely Jewish now? So why are they even talking about it then? But anyway, I just have maybe some boutique views, but I think I'm not gonna give. And by the way, Anton, I want you to understand, when I vote for Joe Biden, who has some some issues with race back in the day, yep, I count myself as one of those racists. I just chose to vote for the least racist of the two. It is almost, it is so hard to be in American culture and not be a racist or have a brush with it or shake hands with it or say hello to it. It's a racist culture. Black people are not immune to it. That's what people need to understand. I'm not giving exceptions to myself even. You have to work hard to not buy into it. It's not something that's natural. You have to work at it. And I don't care if it pisses people off. I don't care if it confuses people. What I do want people to know is that this isn't something that I just came up with tonight. I have been reading about this stuff since I was a kid. My mother was a huge James Baldwin fan, a huge W.E.B. Du Bois fan. I've been reading on this topic literally since I was in single digits. So this isn't something that I haven't thought about practically for decades. So I'm done with my screed. Let's see, where am I time-wise? I'll go maybe 20 more minutes. By the way, Here for the Tea is live, so I'll copy her thing, and at the end of the show, I'll probably go over there. If she'll have me. Last time I was over there, I pissed her off. but oh well. There were some people over there shitting on the military and military service, and I wasn't having it. And by the way, and I'm not going to get into it now, but back in my father's day, back in the 60s, and I think even it's even that way now. If you grow up in, I don't know, poverty, you grew up poor, the military is a way to kind of, build yourself up. You can get a college education if you work hard. It, to me, is a springboard to a more successful life. I know plenty of examples, including my father. So military service, if you do it right, can be a major springboard to start a life. He met my mother right at Hunter. It was Hunter Air Force Base at the time. I was actually born in the hospital on Hunter Army Airfield. So, as I said, it can be a springboard. Some kid from small town South Georgia in the Jim Crow South basically made a whole life, put 3 kids through college, and some of them through grad school. All 3 of his kids have had responsible jobs. 2 of the 3 are retired. And he is 80, early 80s, and you know what? His job was done. And he has time with his grandkids now. So The military is real if you don't, BS around with it. You can build a life, in a good life. What's up, CKJ3? Speaking of the Navy and military service, the excommunication of Baruch Spinoza. You know what? He's on my reading list. I've never read Spinoza, but I'm gonna have to because I'm brushing up on my capital L liberalism. I think it is one of the best routes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, shit, I've known people who I had well, he was way senior to me when I got to my second ship. This dude was like a '03. He started out enlisted and he wound up going to the Naval Academy from the enlisted ranks. Now that's rare, but he did it. Let's see. The highest activity a human being can attain is learning for understanding, because to understand. Yeah, that is an excellent quote. As a matter of fact, I ought to copy that for a show title if I can fit it in. Ignorance is not bliss. And people need to know this. Thank you, Anton. And sometimes knowledge isn't pretty, by the way. It can be a bitter pill to swallow, but it's better to know this sort of stuff than to ignore it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get the Spinoza in there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to shorten it. So let me put it into Slack here. Now I have to figure out how to get it into a show title. There's Manna Tomorrow. What's up, MOT? Did you hear my whole screed there?
Yeah. I mean, nothing in my life would have worked without the military. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
On graduation night. I left home graduation night. 17 years old. I couldn't wait to get out of NC. Couldn't wait to get started. and I wanted to be responsible for my own outcome. And the military gave me the ability to do that. I mean,
you're a little bit low.
For a while.
MOT, you're a little bit low, and I'm looking at your mic settings. It's all the way, the volume's at max.
How about now? Better? Worse?
Yeah, way better.
Okay, my phone wasn't turned up. But man, like you wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that people would talk about military members, and they were like, "Oh, well, you had to go to the military to get it done." I'm like, listen, taking advantage of any opportunity in your life is your responsibility.
Absolutely.
Nobody told you to stay in circumstances past his prime, which was past his prime for his parents. Like my grandfather told me, you have to lead a city.
Right.
How we're living right here, you're not gonna live right here like that. You're gonna end up getting somebody pregnant, and you're gonna be stuck there. And boy, would he write about all the dudes who had kids way too early. They had to wait till they was late 30s, early 40s before they got out and explored like I did at 17. It did not work out for a lot of guys who stayed in those circumstances, man.
Right. I knew my supply officer was my last supply officer was I don't know if he made 04 or not, but he was a Mustang. He probably retired in 03 because he was like an E7, maybe I think he was an E7 and became an LDO. So yeah. That
those are the best officers, by the way. Every single officer I've ever dealt with who was prior enlisted, best people on the planet to work for. The best. And they
Yeah,
have
I
the
have
respect of
a.
everybody too. So,
Oh, absolutely,
they have the respect
absolutely.
of everybody too. Yeah.
Yeah. One of these
Imagine
days
being
I'll
an
tell.
E7 or an E6 and you have to start over by being a butter bar. That's hard. You got to give up all that
Yeah,
power, all
but
that, dude.
I mean, generally, if you're an LDO, though, they're limited duty, so they're going to basically work in whatever their specialty is. My experience working with LDOs is if you were in E7 or something like that, and you're an ensign, they know who the hell you are. They're not going to mess with you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
As a matter of fact, um, I have never had I was never senior enough to have. I've had maybe an O1 work for me briefly, but um, usually the stuff that I did, I guess it would be possible to have an LDO, like a former radioman or electronics tech or something like that, but usually they wind up being warrant officers.
Yeah.
And warrants are kind of their own thing. You're not going to be in O1 or O2, talking shit to a warrant officer. You got,
No, I
you
don't
got,
think so.
you,
No, I've
you're
never
going to have
seen
to
it.
be, you're going to have to be at least a kind of a senior O3, getting up there to make O4 before you start talking that kind of shit. But usually
Dude,
they're squared away. You don't really have to. Usually they're telling you what to do. They're squared away.
I mean, I look at like warrant officers is on the level as a full bird colonel.
Depends. The Navy.
I mean,
I
but
think
them dudes were highly competent individuals, highly competent.
Oh yeah. Well, I think the Navy. I know. Like you've got warrant officers who are helo pilots and stuff. I don't know that much about Navy aviation, but the warrants that I worked with usually, they were usually either electronics or some sort of operations specialist. They weren't, they wouldn't necessarily be. I did some different stuff. They wouldn't be working for me because I dealt with a lot of comms and a lot of security shit. And it just, I had friends, sometimes I'd have, someone, doing deck watches or something. But most of the warrants were more or less lateral to my position. They were friends, from other departments. I didn't, interact with them officially. Queen, are you still awake?
I'm here. I'm just listening to y'all.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if you're drifting off after last night.
I've been out for a couple of days, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna take out so I could watch this election.
You can watch what?
I mean,
The election.
it went, it went how I thought it was going to go. I knew she was going to come within at least 5 points. And
Yeah, I
now we're
wasn't
going to see all
expecting.
these centrist ships. Yeah, and now we're going to see all these fake centrists step up and support Talarico,
Yeah, I'm not supporting
if that's
Talarico.
going to happen.
As far as I'm concerned, the Republicans can keep their damn seat.
I don't think he's going to win. I still don't think he's going to
He's
win.
not gonna win. He can't.
I still don't.
Black voters are swing voters in Texas, and they not gonna support him. He's not gonna win.
Huh.
And that's what they get. That's what they deserve. So I'm okay with that. Mhm.
Oh, who won the Republican primary, or is it on a
They
different
have to
day
have a
or not?
runoff.
Oh, it was that
They got
close for the Republicans.
yeah.
Yep.
They were like not even one full percentage point in between each
Oh
other.
no.
Yeah, that's what's even more crazy. I don't understand how Ken Paxton had a had as much support as he got. Like that is
Well,
crazy.
because Trump didn't support Cornyn.
Just the shit that he's done since he's been
No,
in his
I mean, but Ken
office.
Paxton is not popular within the state. For him to be getting that high of
Right.
support is wild.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That is crazy.
Well,
And
do
that's why
you
I
think
don't think
something about the I mean, they kind of had a would you say the Republicans had a low turnout or
they
were
did.
the okay, cuz the Democrats it could just be that the Democrats were swarming to the polls, but I would think that, yeah,
Tiresome.
yeah, if Paxton is that close, the Republicans had to have
Something
been
wrong.
staying home.
Yeah, it is crazy that race is that close. Like I'm like, oh y'all real. Oh yeah, I don't see Tallarico being able to beat them Republicans.
I think he can easily beat Paxton, probably, but I don't see him
I
beating
think
anybody else.
so. You don't think what if Trump doesn't endorse Cornyn? You don't think that would make a difference?
I
I don't think Tallarico gonna win in Texas. Period. I don't care who the
No,
Republican
he's not
nominee is.
going to. I mean, we've tried this before. We've tried this centrist shit before. It doesn't work. But
Well, I'm not
let him go
looking
do
at
his
the
own.
centrist. I'm not looking at the politics so much as the seminarian. No, I
No,
would
but you
think.
have to.
I would think.
Okay.
I mean, I would think from the religious angle that white Texans would be okay as long as you're as religious as he is or seems to be. I don't know that much about him, but I do know he gives uh
Oh, yeah, this
he gives
evangelical bullshit.
Pentecostal
Yeah.
vibes.
Stuff plays majorly in that area.
Who giving Pentecostal vibes?
Tallarico.
Tallarico is an evangelical.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty much what I'm talking about. I mean, now I don't know that much about Protestantism, but in evangelical, I would think Texans would be kind of okay with him.
Yes.
Like if you had a choice between someone like Paxton, they're gonna go with the evangelical. He's a white male evangelical. Yeah, I think there would be some MAGA people that would be okay with that. Cornyn might be a little bit of a different thing, but I think if Trump for some reason doesn't endorse Cornyn, I still think Tallarico has a chance. But that I'm this is outside looking in. I don't know, I'm not acting like I'm an expert on Texas politics.
Well, that's why they thought that he was a viable candidate. But
Well, that's why I think he was. I honestly, and me, and Big J talked about this. I think that given what's damn it, Jasmine Crockett's MO and her reputation, I didn't think she was. I never thought she was going to beat Tallarico. To be honest.
Not that state. Not that state. I mean, if she was somewhere else, like maybe the Midwest, maybe, but not Texas.
And
I
that's
believe that
actually
if they did not do all that voter suppression and nonsense that they did, she would have won. Like it's a reason they
uh
spent millions of dollars to campaign against specifically her. It's a reason
oh
that the
yeah,
only
absolutely.
district that they did
Absolutely.
that
That
shit
but
in
that's
was in
part
her district. Because if they hadn't messed with her district, she would have won that election and she can whoop Ken Paxton's behind. And they know it. And that's the
You
reason
and I
why
will
Tallarico is
disagree on
not going
that.
to win.
I think spending all that money was part of that. Hey, she's not going to fly in Texas. That's exactly right. Now, I happen to know a lady who's a Republican, and she's kind of in the politics. She's kind of part of the machine, that Republican machine. They actually wanted her because they thought she would be easier to beat, like a Cornyn or somebody.
That don't make sense.
That's how much. And she's one of the reasons I actually thought Texas would never go, given her reputation.
That don't
And
make
spending
sense.
a
If they
bunch of
want her,
money,
why would they?
campaigning against her,
Right.
I would expect they would.
That's not saying that they wanted her to win. If they wanted her to win, they wouldn't
No, no,
spend
no,
their
no, no.
money.
I'm saying the money against her, so she wouldn't win.
Exactly. So they didn't want her to win.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. If she was somewhere like even Georgia, she would be better received. I don't expect, and please forgive me, I don't expect the shit kickers in Texas to be into her vibe.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to cheat in the primary. That's crazy. Like, come November, sure, the primary. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but she lost by like 5 points, didn't she?
No,
Uh,
they haven't. They
hold on
still
one sec.
haven't finished counting the votes. But no, that gap closed.
Let's see here.
Yeah, go look at the numbers. Trust me, I've been following them ever since they pulled their nonsense. I've been looking at them numbers. Last time I checked, Dallas County still hadn't finished counting their votes.
Let's see here. So you're gonna find a graphic for it.
Here, I'll give you a link. Hold on.
Okay. Because I looked at the New York Times, they've got him 52 to 46.
Yeah, they didn't
So
update.
that's like
They
a
didn't.
6 point.
They haven't updated the percentage points. That's why I'm telling you to look at the numbers. Hold
I
on.
would expect the New York Times is pretty much up to date.
I'm gonna show you what the numbers are because I've been
Okay.
watching it, and as the numbers changed, the percentages did not change. And that's
Now
not
I'm
how math.
not
That's
okay.
not how math works.
Okay,
So
ma'am, I'm a chemistry major. I have a rough idea of how math works. I'm looking at
that wasn't an
percentages, and
indictment on you. It was an indictment on the information that's being put out.
I hope the New York Times is getting it right.
Hold on, let me find this website. Louisville mobilize. Oh, there we go. Got it. There it is.
Okay. Okay, well, they're 52.4 to 46.2. So yeah, it's like a 6 point difference.
No, look at the
They'll be bringing it.
numbers.
Okay, why would I do that? The percentages pretty much tell
The percentages,
the
did not update as the numbers updated. Is what I'm
Okay,
telling you.
so 1,212, basically, I'm sorry, 1,212
Mm-hmm.
to 1,068.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge number. That's a huge difference.
So it's gonna stay at 42% when she wasn't even in the millions when that 42% was up there.
The percentages are basically they take the total number of votes and then they basically do a ratio. So yeah, as long as the numbers
Well,
the ratio, her total uh whatever the total number is, because there was a third person, or was it, oh okay, it was a two-person race, or was
it
it a
was a
third?
3-person race, but the third person had
Well,
like 1%.
you gotta add in the third persons too. So you
And they
take
had like
all
1%.
three, you take all three, total them up, and
Mm-hmm.
then whatever piece of the pie they take, and the numbers going up or down doesn't necessarily affect the ratio. It can, but it doesn't have to. So numbers going up or down, if the ratio stays the same, the ratio stays the same. So yeah, there's a 6-point difference. So and the reason I bring this up is, you know, I think it's harder to blame it on, cheating when the numbers are that wide. If it was really close, the cheating part would be more, it would be more believable. But like I said, you're from there. I'm outside looking in.
I believe that these folks cheated. I believe Tallarico ran a dirty ass campaign while pretending to be a good
Do you
natured
think the
Christian.
Republicans preferred Tallarico?
Over Jasmine,
'Cause
yes. Yes.
why? He would be harder to beat.
He's not gonna be harder to beat because he's not gonna make no mistake that the Democratic vote in Texas came out the way that they did because of Jasmine Crockett. Period. There's no getting away around it. And anybody that don't believe what I say, mark my words, in
Okay,
November,
well, see
Democrats
that.
will
Okay,
not
so you're saying
show up.
Democrats came out to vote in droves because of Jasmine Crockett?
Yes.
Okay, well, why didn't she win?
Because of the voter suppression and the cheating that was going on.
Okay.
Just watch. November will tell the story. November will tell
Yeah.
the story. Tallarico is not going to win, and they
Well,
deserve
he may not win, but
and they deserve every bit of
I
it.
think it'll be a closer race with him running than it would have been with Jasmine Crockett.
I don't believe it.
That's just okay. Well, that's fine. You
And the
you and
reason I don't believe it is because I watch what she does when she
Mhm.
is in Congress. She does her job as a politician.
Mhm.
Tallarico, during this campaign, has skirted the lines of the Republican Party. He's going to get in there if he does win. And he is going to curtail to the Republicans. He's not going to do nothing that these Democratic folks want done. And he's shown that during his campaign through various things. Like, nobody is talking about how that mediocre black man come in and why he was in the Senate race because he thought he could win against Colin Allred. He cursed out Beto and Castro and Allred when they said that he should probably run for the governor seat. So all of that stuff, plus the messages, plus the money that he was taking during his campaign, plus all that nasty shit he did towards Jasmine Crockett while sitting up there pretending like he was a good natured Christian. Black folks seen all of that. He's not going to be able to galvanize the Democratic vote the way that Jasmine did. Make no mistake about it. Nobody gave a fuck about that Senate race before Jasmine Crockett got in it. Nobody
Well,
cared.
that is not necessarily a positive thing.
That's
they
what
may
I'm
have
saying. Nobody cared.
well, listen to what I'm saying. They may have come out to vote against her, especially white Democrats.
And that's why white Democrats are going to lose with Tallarico, and they deserve it.
Okay, I think they would have. I think they would lose with either one. My personal opinion is Republicans wanted Jasmine Crockett,
I
and like
don't
I
know they
said,
didn't.
I actually know someone who works in Republican politics, not as a voter, but she's actually in some of these committee meetings. I mean, like she knows Alan West. Because so she's kind of in the machine, the machinery, and
She can be in whatever machinery that she want to be in. I know damn well that they didn't want Jasmine Crockett to get that seat, and the reason why is because she
okay,
could tear down.
Jasmine Crockett was never going to get the seat. That's my point. Republicans would win bigger if she had won this primary.
No, they wouldn't.
Okay, well, you and I'll just have to disagree on that.
We can. I have no problem with it.
And apparently me and Brian are gonna disagree on that. See, the problem is white Democrats outnumber white and Hispanic Democrats outnumber black Democrats. Am I right about that?
No.
So they're more so blacks are the majority of Democratic voters in Texas.
I'm not clear on that, but I do know there is a large portion of black Democrats that don't go and vote. It's a lot of them that don't vote. Which is why her campaign was about expanding the electorate and getting these people to vote. Because look at, even now, 2 million people that are Democrats that went out and voted, they haven't seen them type of numbers since Obama was in office. And that's still not even half of the Democratic electorate. That was stupid of the Democratic Party if they wanted to flip 60s. 60s don't stay red as far as the Senate goes.
Okay, well, I'm confused. The Democrats don't control the voting, right? It's the Republicans who screwed around or screwed up with the information, right?
It was white folks that's supposed to be Democratic voters saying things like "Don't donate to her campaign." It's them
Right,
putting out.
because white Democrats were not enthused about her.
It is them putting out misinformation, talking about she support Israel and she's taking APAC money and all this other nonsense bullshit that's not true. It's a bunch of things that went on.
I wouldn't think APAC would be her biggest fan.
But this is the lies that they was running around telling. And it is people that was sick. There was a dude. Okay, so there is a young lady that just started her YouTube channel. And she does, not necessarily, it's not a political channel, but she does a lot of news and commentary around things that's going on in DFW. And she has been on YouTube, I think, about a month. And she came down my news feed. I went to her channel. So I've been.
I'm sorry, say her name again.
Tashara Parker.
Okay, let me
And
look her up.
I've been in her chat most mornings. That she goes live because I'll be getting off work. And it has been a good
she's cute.
20 people consistently.
Oh yeah.
In her chat.
let me subscribe to her channel.
And
sorry about that.
Today, it was an influx of white folks in there telling us we Nazis because we don't want to support Puerto Rico and all kind of fucking
They're
nonsense.
Nazis.
That we, the
Really?
Jasmine Crockett Coalition, are going to cause the Democrats to lose because we gonna help the Republicans usher in fascism, and we congratulations on us becoming Nazis because we not happy with what happened in Dallas County. They ain't been in there supporting this woman's channel. They haven't come in there and said anything. But today, they thought their place was to come in there and tell us how we should feel and how we should think.
Well, what was her reaction?
She was ignoring most of the stuff. The only thing she really addressed is when some folks were saying that they was gonna sit out in November. And I was like, don't sit out. It's other Democrats that you can vote for. You just don't have to vote for this.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have vote down.
Like I agree with that. Vote. You ain't got to vote for the Senate seat. Vote for the everybody else that's on the ballot though. But that was about the only thing that she really addressed as far as the things was going on in the chat. She acknowledged that it was a lot of upset people in there, and she asked questions to the people that she had up on her panel about how the Democratic Party could go forward with these emotions that people are feeling. Yeah. I mean, I say fuck them. That's what I say.
All right. Well, folks, let me find T's channel. Tell her I sent y'all over there. I subscribe to Tashara's channel.
I hope you were able to catch it. I think y'all go live at the same time. Oh no.
She goes in the morning, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm I'm on PST time. My time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Let me find. Hold on one sec here. I'm gonna drop this link. Damn. I know I had a pop up. Why do I not see her pop up? Oh, there it is. All right, folks. So I need to go make dinner. I made ham salad. I hadn't had ham salad in like probably 20 or 30 years. How's Stanley going to spell what name, Natasha?
Tashara Parker.
I've already subscribed to her channel, so I guess I spelled it right. It's Tashara, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not. I'm good at spelling. Did you know that, Natasha? I'm a word guy. I'm a word guy. Math guy.
Not a complicated name. I don't understand.
I wouldn't think so. So this is T's show. Y'all can head over there. Looks like she's got a full house of all my favorite people.
What's a ham salad?
It's diced ham, and it's kind of like tuna salad, but it's ham.
Oh.
And I'm being asked, what am I, 12? Well, no, I just happened to have some cubed ham because it was on sale. And I just decided, how'd you go in the back? Did you put yourself in the back? Did you put yourself in the back? Oh,
yeah,
okay, my bad. Well, I'm about to hang it up anyway.
Oh, okay.
Any last words before you go?
Well, I can't tell y'all to stay prayed up and get therapy. Y'all don't seem very crazy over here.
Oh, let's see. You haven't. Just wait till Saturday. Well,
What?
Jasmine, there was just all kinds of problems with people getting to the right place to vote. And the Republicans just flummoxed it and giving her the right to claim that, there were I'm sure there were indeed people who were disenfranchised because of some new rule or law where you have to go to a specific place to vote based on your address, I guess. And it confused a lot of people, and it was so bad that they asked a judge to extend the voting hours to 9 o'clock, like an extra couple hours. And then Ken Paxton went to the Texas Supreme Court and got them to put a stay on the order. So, and then, it's like they wouldn't accept votes that were older than 7 o'clock p.m., that sort of stuff. It was really an embarrassment. Texas should be embarrassed. What's up, Savage? All right, folks. Well, I will be back for some reason or another. I don't know why I thought today was Friday. I'm like 2 days off, but and it's not like I'm tired. So anyway, everybody go over to T's show. Tell her I said hello. Maybe I'll join later, but I got to put some hand cut fries into the oven. I got my ham salad already made. I need to slice the bread for the ham salad sandwiches. And no, Kelvin, I'm not 12. I just hadn't had ham salad in decades and got the crazy notion. I had homemade mayonnaise, so that also put me up to it. So got to use some of that homemade mayonnaise before it goes bad. So see everybody in the tomorrow afternoon, sometime around the usual time, between 2 and 3 Eastern time. Oh, you don't eat pork? Well, I'll eat your share.
You can have it.
So I don't really eat that much pork myself, but pork ribs, I'll put a hurting on that sort of stuff. And it actually got up to close to 70 today. So it's about time to to dust off the smoker for smoked ribs and brisket and all those nice summer foods.
Barbecue time.
Absolutely.
I want to barbecue some oxtail.
Some oxtails. I've seen people do that. I've never done it myself.
Yeah, I want to try it. I got some wood in the garage.
Oh, really? What is it? Oak?
I don't know.
Or mesquite?
I don't know what it is. I just know I got it, and I'm gonna
Okay,
use
well, I
it
would
in
think
my
out your
grill.
way there'd be mesquite at least.
I don't know, but we smoked a turkey one year for Thanksgiving, and oh my god, it was so delicious. It was so good. Like, oh my god, smoked turkey, it's delicious.
Well, this year, try frying one.
Oh, I've done that too. That's my preferred method to fry it because
Yeah, I don't know what that's really like. I did a turkey twice. I did a turkey. No, I'm sorry. I did a turkey for Thanksgiving, and it actually turned out great. I hadn't cooked a turkey in years. And then what did I think I did just a plain old big capon, like a big capon, because it was just me. It was just like 4 of us. So It was enough. It was enough to feed 4. But I don't know what I'm going to do next year. I don't have the balls to fry turkey.
Oh, it's
Because you
not
got to
bad.
buy to
It's not
do it
hard.
right. My father has all the equipment. If I do it, it'll be over there.
Yeah, you should do
He's
it.
got the hoist. You can hoist it in and hoist it out.
Yeah, it come with that little thing. You put the
Right.
thing in there and drop it. Yeah, it's
Right.
not hard at all.
Yeah, and then you got to make sure it's totally thawed.
I will.
People
I mean,
people dip it in the grease half frozen, and that'll cause an explosion.
yeah, that's insane.
All right,
No, but
folks. I will see some of you at tea. I will see some of you tomorrow, and y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.